Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Morning Kickoff. I am your host, Tony, aka Low Tone Tony. I appreciate everybody being here this morning. So let's just kick it off with some facts. All right. Scott Fowler, July 30th column put a 9-figure question on Bryce Young. Could Carolina's quarterback eventually command not only 100 million, maybe 200 million? But let me separate the headline from the evidence. All right. What Fowler described was a brilliant July practice. That matters because command, anticipation, and ball placement are a quarterback evidence, right? But camp production is not NFL production, and one day cannot prove how a quarterback handles pressure, third down, the red zone, or a full season of defensive adjustments. So the debate is, if Bryce breaks out in 2026, should Carolina pay him immediately or make him prove it again before committing franchise quarterback money? All right. So today we are testing the 200 million conversation from three angles: whether practice flash is real breakout evidence, what level of production actually earns the contract, and whether paying after one big season is smart roster building or unnecessary risk. So by the end, you will have a clear proof standard, not a fan reaction, for deciding whether Bryce should be paid or pushed to prove it twice. All right. So real quick, we're going to go to the injury and transaction update. Sadiq Charles was placed on the injury reserve for his calf. The Carolina Panthers re-signed Jake the Snake Curhan in the interior of the offensive line, so I'm glad about seeing that signing. And they also brought back Parker Peterson, undrafted free agent defensive tackle out of Wisconsin. I know he was in camp, I think like last week, and they cut him to make moves, but they brought him back, and I think that roster move was based on the abrupt retiring of LeBron Ray. Okay. So let's get right into it. Practice flash or breakout evidence, right? Practice flash or breakout evidence. So, the practice flash, one brilliant camp session. The breakout evidence is the processing, the anticipation, the accuracy, and the command. All right. So the main debate question will be, did Scott Fowler witness real evidence of a Bryce Young breakout, or did one brilliant July practice create a $200 million conversation that the games have not earned yet? So I'll give you the facts first. Fowler described Young's July 29th session as the best practice he has seen from him. He also mentioned in the article, in his 32 years covering the Panthers training camp, this was the best performance of a quarterback that he has witnessed ever at a Panthers training camp. So I thought that spoke volumes as well. The reported highlights were not just easy completions. They included tight window placement, a deep touchdown to Xavier Legette, another touchdown to T-Mac, and an accurate throw while moving away from pressure. Panthers reporting from the same practice quoted Dave Canales praising Young's ownership and mastery of the concepts, timing, the rhythm, the anticipation, and comfort with the receivers. J.C. Horn said Young was trusting his receivers and giving them chances to make plays. That gives us a legitimate football story. It does not give us a contract report, a completed evaluation, or proof that the same performance will appear every Sunday. All right. The most useful camp evidence is process evidence. Is the quarterback identifying leverage before the snap? Is the ball leaving before the receiver comes out of his break? Is he climbing or sliding in the pocket without losing his base? Is he placing the ball where only his receiver can finish? Now, those details can transfer to games, but camp by itself cannot completely reproduce live contact, disguise pressure from an opponent, that is built specifically to attack Carolina, a hostile road environment, or the fourth quarter consequence of a mistake. Practice can raise the ceiling of the evaluation. Games have to establish the floor, right? All right. So you can make a case that Scott Fowler saw something real, or you can make the case that the headline ran ahead of the evidence. A case can really be made for either or. So that is what today's topic is going to be, because I was presented with that article last night, and I had something else that was on the plate for today, and it triggered something in me, a conversation I tried to have on another podcast, that speaks about the full evaluation, contract evaluations, things that go more into whether you should pay somebody is more than just about statistics or stats. So we're going to talk about that as well. All right. So let me drop the link. So if anybody want to come up and join the conversation for today, I would greatly appreciate it. How's everybody feeling this Hall of Fame game day is what I call it. Football is finally here. Even though it may not be the level of football that we are hoping to have in the regular season, but football is football. Pads gonna be popping. There's gonna be some good plays made, some bad plays made. There's gonna be some evaluation on players that we've been thinking about and talking about, evaluating all off season. Players that we want to see. I mentioned last night that I want to see Zakee Wheatley, because he hasn't been really talked about since he was drafted. So I definitely want to see Zakee Wheatley. And I also want to see what Jimmy Horn is going to do. I saw his interview with Sheena Quick. Looked like he has bulked up, like a lot of people had mentioned to me. So I want to see how that is going to translate, and how is that going to be beneficial for him going into his second season, and could he solidify a roster spot? Can he use special teams as a way to solidify his spot on this team, right? So that's what I'm looking to see from Jimmy Horn and Zakee Wheatley. I just want to see him produce like he did at Penn State. Again, a lot of conversation has been talking about Will Lee, at the corner position, but not much has been talking about Zakee Wheatley, who I like more as an NFL prospect right now over Will Lee. So we're going to get an opportunity to see both of those guys tonight in the Hall of Fame game. I believe both of them will get a lot of run, a lot of reps. Okay. So who are two guys that you guys would like to see? One on the offensive side and one on the defensive side. So you guys let me know in the chat, who y'all would like to see tonight in the Hall of Fame game, and possibly what it is that you are looking for from said players. All right. So real quick, SC Panther Boy said, "What's up, low man?" What's up, low man Tony? What's good, SC? You just won't stop, man. You just won't stop. It's all good. It's all good. I got you later. It's all good. And hit that like button. You guys, make sure y'all hit that like button for me too. There's about 35, 36 people watching right now on both platforms. If you're not subscribed to Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk, go ahead, open up another browser on your phone, on your laptop. Go to YouTube /@UO Sports Talk. Subscribe to the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And thank you guys also for helping me reach on my first 100. Right now I'm at 112 subscribers. So my next goal is 500. But I couldn't be here or couldn't have accomplished that without you guys help. You guys tuning in every morning, whether you're going to work, coming to work, in the gym working out, ladies, if you're at Pilates, some of y'all might be at Starbucks wherever the case may be. I thank each and every one of y'all for choosing to wake up and rock with me every Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern time. So I greatly appreciate that. All right. And it looks like Rashak is trying to. Okay, there he is. Hold on, Rashak. I'll bring you up in 1 second. All right. Rashak, what's going on?
Nope. What's good?
Rashak, what's going on?
Hey, shit, I'm up, I'm ready. Talk about this Bryce, man.
You yeah. I was triggered the other night, being on Mr. Miyagi show, and I was trying to explain to these to these fellows about the market value. When contracts are being signed, new contracts are being signed, guys getting these extensions and things like that. That is not just based solely off of stats. Production is more to it that go into that. I had a long day that day, so they kind of ganged up on me, Mr. Miyagi and beefy brass knuckles. So I said, I'm gonna let them have it. I'm gonna let them have it. Then I was presented with this article that Scott Fowler wrote in the Charlotte Observer, and I was like, oh, is that right? Is that what Mr. Fowler has witnessed in his 32 years and of covering the Panthers in training camp? And in his words, not mine, his words, is that this is the best quarterback performance of any training camp in his 32 years of covering the Panthers. So I was like, wow. So I got to talk about it. I mean, you done put something like that out there. We gotta talk about it. We gotta discuss it. You know what I'm saying? So here we are.
Yeah,
Here we are, Rashad. Um, so like I was saying, the first debate question, um, pretty much was, did Scott Fowler witness real evidence of a Bryce Young breakout, or did one brilliant July practice create a $200 million conversation that the games have not earned yet? What say you, my friend?
I mean, I still think it's kind of early to say because it was only one practice. But
Mm-hmm.
if I don't like to call nobody or anybody Bryce fans. I think everybody is the Carolina Panther fans. That some may like Bryce a little bit more. Some people would like to say, "Oh, they're Bryce fan boys," or they Bryce. No, it's just like you know, some people can see the improvement, and some people don't see. You know what I mean? Or even if they do see it, they
They
don't
they
want
they
to
they
admit it.
don't see it. They don't see it, or they don't want to see it.
Yeah. So it's like when you try to say, well, I believe Bryce will do this and do that. Well, we haven't seen, he hasn't proven this yet. I'm like, well, bro, like his first year to his third year, he has had improvement. I don't give a damn if you want to say it's so small that it really doesn't matter. It's still improvement. I mean, the touchdown and
Yeah.
interception ratio proves everything. And then they want to bring up all this analytical stuff and this and this. He's like, okay, all that is facts. I mean, I can't deny if you go to PPP, PFF, or you go to whatever site and get this information, and you telling me this, that, oh yeah, it's correct. I mean, okay, but if
Right.
you the eye test, when you look at him play and you see, you know,
There you
the
go.
things that wanted to see and you believe that he can do, it's like, okay, we see it. Just like the Atlanta game that you were saying. It's like we seen, and it's like we know he can do it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it's like trying to explain to him. Nah, it's like but I mean, but as far as the practice, man, I mean, it's only one practice, man. But for him to say
Right.
that was the best practice in 32 years that he has seen from a Carolina quarterback, that's big. I wouldn't say,
That
it's time to
that
talk
speaks
$200
volumes, right?
million yet. Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to talk about no $20 million contract right now. He still got to go out there and do what it do. But
Right.
flash in the pan. I I I, I like
I
Bryce,
mean,
but I'm gonna
I
say a flash in the pan right now.
yeah. Like I know he was mainly talking about the one practice that he saw this training camp where he wrote the article, but I think is it was probably just more than just that one practice, because if
Mhm.
you're there, like those beat writers are there pretty much every day covering practices. Um, when he makes the comment about that Bryce is showing the mastery of the offense, and this is the same thing that we have heard Dave Canales mention since training camp, that Bryce is showing the mastery of the offense. So if for him to say, this is like the best training camp that he have seen of any Panther quarterback since he's been covering the Panthers for 32 years. I mean, to me, that speaks volume. I think the 200 million is just a number that's out there, but it falls into place. What I've been trying to explain to some people is that they talk about this 37.1 million evaluation that they got from a spot track, or 39 million evaluation. I can't remember where that come from. But what I'm trying to say to people, like, you have to look at the market value. And the market value isn't just solely dictated just off of stats. The market value ties into the the salary cap, and all that. So you have to figure up the salary cap goes up every year, right? So as the salary cap goes up, the market value goes up, and so you got to factor. I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get ahead of myself, but yeah, a lot of that is more than just off statistics. And let me bring um Nick to the stage. I don't
Good
Nick,
morning.
what's up?
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, that's Tri-State. That's Tri-State. Okay, what's going on? What's going on, Tri-State?
Hey, season starts today.
Yes,
Beautiful
sir. Yes,
feeling.
sir. Welcome
Beautiful
to
feeling.
Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame Thursday is what I'm calling it.
Yeah,
Hall
word.
of Fame
Word.
Thursday.
Yeah, I had a few
So
minutes to
Nick,
chop it up, Tone. Yeah. What's up, man?
okay. So if you've
What it
been
do?
listening, you heard
Yeah. What up, Ray Shack?
What it do?
if you heard what the first debate question was, um I'm gonna repeat it for you. Did Scott
Yeah.
Fowler witness real evidence of a Bryce Young breakout, or did one brilliant July practice create a $200 million conversation that the games have not earned yet? What say you?
Um, I mean, Scott Fowler is a respected journalist. So
Facts.
yeah, so he's a well respected journalist. So for him to say that is definitely a step in the right direction. I would say don't pay Bryce yet. Let him prove it. He has to prove it.
Right.
And
I agree.
I got faith he will. I definitely got faith he will. From what I'm reading and hearing, he has more command of the offense. He's holding more guys accountable. He's being more vocal. That's the type of things we need from our leaders.
Talk
So
to him, Nick.
yeah,
Talk to
that's
him.
that's a step in the right direction for sure. For sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And I,
Uh,
and like I said, I go ahead. Go ahead, Nick.
no, 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 go rock out, OG. I
No,
was
go
good.
ahead. Go ahead, man. I wasn't talking about nothing. Go ahead.
I
No,
just
you
I
go ahead,
just think
man.
I just think with our run game, I think we are still gonna absolutely run the ball. I think when we are running the ball effectively and efficiently, we're gonna see Daryl Bevel's positivity come in the play action game this year for sure. I have real good faith in our deep passing game this year for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hold on. Let me real quick. Let me get through some of these comments real
Yes,
quick.
sir.
Tebow C Panther 59 said, "Good morning, good morning, Tebow. Appreciate you for tapping in. Hit that like button for me." Robert Foxworth said, "What's up? What's good, Tony? What's good, Robert? Appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. Hit that like button for me." Uh, SC Ladyboy said, "Big 74 should have been kept anyways. after he played last season. Makes complete sense to bring him back. I like it. All right, lady boy, we appreciate that. We appreciate that comment. Hit that like button. Hit that like button for me. Yeah. Willie Love said, "Good morning, sir. Good morning, Willie. Thank you for tapping in. I think this is my first time seeing you. But if you haven't subscribed to Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk, do so for me. A lot of you probably are watching through Carolina Armchair GM, CJ Network, through his channel. You can just open up another browser, go to youtube.com/@UO Sports Talk, subscribe to the channel, and I greatly appreciate that. Tar Heel said, "What it do? What it do, Tar Heel? What's going on?" Gerald Sticks Jones says, "Good morning, Tony and chat. Good morning, sir. Appreciate you for tapping in." Square Circle Bravo 87 said, "Good morning, my boy." Hey, what's going on, Circle? Appreciate you for tapping in. Jonte said, "Good morning, Tony, from Northern Nevada." What's going on, Jonte? Appreciate you for tapping in as always. You know I'm not about to say that hashtag. Candy Girl said, "Good morning, everyone," with the hand wave. Good morning, Candy Girl. What type of pastry we got this morning? J Hud says, some don't like what we had to give up for Bryce. And I get it. I get it. We did have to give up a lot to get him. And you know what we gave up, I believe that the brass, David Tepper, those guys believed at the time that they felt like it was worth it. So I think the jury is still out on that. Because you have to prove a lot to make people feel like that draft capital was worth it. And like right now, we haven't really gotten a return on investment. But I think the trajectory of Bryce Young and where he can possibly be is heading in the right direction. Broski Bear, what's good? He said, "Let's see if Bryce has mastered the offense when the season starts." That's facts.
That's
I want to see
facts.
that too.
Facts.
Poppin, Poppin first said, good morning, my guy. Appreciate you tapping in." Here you go, SC. All right, Tony Bruce Lee Jones.
Hey Tone, I'm about to have to pop out, but I had one question for you, man. Have
Yeah,
you have you have you been
go
seeing
ahead.
this kid Casey Washington? He's looking crispy,
I
man, running
haven't.
them routes. I'm
I
eager to see him
haven't.
tonight.
Yeah. I've seen people talk about him. I think we got him off the Falcons practice squad,
So,
but
man.
they said that he has been showing improve
Man, he run the
in
hell
some
out
of
of a
these.
route, Tone.
Yeah,
That boy can
yeah.
run a route.
I haven't seen him. I haven't
We'll
seen
see
him,
him
but
tonight,
I do
hopefully.
definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wake up 4 o'clock in the morning, catch the game. I think I'm gonna do it tonight, just so I can watch the first Hall of Fame game. So
I hear
yeah,
that.
so
Hey, Tone, you
I'll
have a good
probably be
day. Ray
back up
Shack,
watching
have
the
a
game.
great day. I'll get at you tomorrow, Tone,
for sure.
for the
All
recap.
right, Nick. Appreciate you
All
for
right, bro.
tapping in, my dude.
Yes, sir.
All right, later. All right, Edgewise said $200 million QB. Wait, hey, don't shoot the messenger, Edge. Hey, listen. Don't shoot the messenger. That's what was put out there. Not saying that's what he's going to get, but that just may well be a starting point if Bryce goes out and have the season like a lot of people are hoping he have on a positive spin. Let me say that because some people wish to see his downfall. I don't. He talking about you said it. Yep. I just repeated what I heard and I'm putting it out there. So hey, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. As he said, he played at Fan Fest. Oh, you talking about Casey Washington, SE? Yeah, that's what I heard. That he looked good out there in Fan Fest. But yeah, Ray Shot. Um, let's see. So do you think that Scott Fowler saw something that was actually real, or do you think that the headline, he got ahead of himself and read got ahead of himself and ran with the headlines and not enough evidence. What do you think?
I think I think what he said was real. I mean, like I said, man, I feel like he got a chip on the shoulder. Bryce got a chip on the shoulder this year. He knows you want to get paid, you got to go out there and play. And the fact that he's steadily improved the first 3 years, give
Yeah,
me no doubt in mind that he will continue to improve. In my opinion, he got no choice but to get better. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
the fact that this is third year of the system, you know, he has a new offensive coordinator, which I think is going to give him more freedom to change plays. And you think about you got, this is the third year in the system. He knows what he likes, what types of plays to call in the system. When they say he's mastered it, I believe he's mastered it. So, I think Scott Fowler, he's seen something that he feel like it's gonna stick because you got to be confident to come out there and put something like that in the Charlotte Observer.
right.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
see
I
now see
believe he's
that
seen. Yeah,
that was my whole thinking when I read that article. That like the article like really perked my ears up. But Ed said, "Who's the source?" Scott Fowler wrote an article in the Charlotte Observer Edge on July 30th, speaking to these very facts. So yeah, that's the source, Scott Fowler. Go ahead, Rashad.
now that's all. You know, it no, to come out and say something like that, man. You got to have, you had to really seen something that made you like, yo, like I ain't seen this before. Like, yo, like to come out and write something like that, I think he's
Yeah.
seen something that he ain't just I don't know how that day. It just went like he just feeling good. Like, oh yeah, oh I'm gonna just put this. No, he seen something, or he has been seeing things, and that day just kept it off, and he just like, yo, I gotta write this. So yeah, I believe he seen something. I don't believe he would just
Okay.
going off the high that one day. I believe he you know.
Right. Right. Tip drill will. What's happening?
What's happening? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay, good, 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 good. So practice flashes or breakout evidence. Love the conversation, Tony. Love the
Yes,
conversation.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I thought you would. That's why I gave you a little hint about what I was getting into today. Yeah,
All right. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. So my app was
So
glitching, so I couldn't catch on to what y'all were talking about. So I apologize. I'm
okay,
coming in cold.
let me hit you with the first debate question. So you know about the article that Scott Fowler wrote. And my question is, did Scott Fowler witness real evidence of a Bryce Young breakout, or did one brilliant July practice create a $200 million conversation that the games have not earned yet? What say you?
Um. So he was talking about practice. So I take this with that in mind. But also, Scott Fowler been a reporter and been reporting on this team for 32 years.
Facts.
If he is saying that, he is seeing something that he has never that he that he's witnessing that he's writing about because Scott Fowler has never said Scott Fowler's never said Bryce Young was great or terrible. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Throughout the
Right.
entire the years that Bryce Young has been the Carolina Panthers quarterback, and
Right.
now he's making sort of a definitive statement. He gave himself some outs, but he I stand on how long he's been a reporter for the Carolina Panthers. And with that being said, that means that it got to be some validity to what he's saying. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, my bad. I'm talking. I had the mic muted.
Okay.
That was my bad. But yeah, Scott Fowler has never come across to me like a David Newton type reporter, or even like a Joe Person. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never taken him as trying to create an angle and try to come at somebody like greasy, like, you know what I'm saying, just to create a headline. Like, this guy is at practice, just like all the other beat reporters are at practice, and he's been probably covering this team longer than anybody. So for him to say in his 32 years, he have not seen a quarterback for the Panthers um have a practice like he witnessed from Bryce Young, that speaks volume. And so Poppin says, so Scott never saw Cam. Well, I'm gonna have a. I'm specifically going to have a show about our dear Cam Newton. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole on that one. So yeah,
Can I say
yeah,
something about
yeah.
it though? Something
Yeah,
small.
he saw Cam popping. Yeah, go ahead, Will.
Scott Fowler isn't saying that Bryce Young is better than Cam. Scott Fowler is purely saying that the practice that he witnessed and the way he was driving that offense, he's never seen it. So Bryce Young is an
Hmm.
entirely different quarterback than Cam Jarrell Newton. Two different quarterbacks,
He
two
know
different
that.
styles.
He Papa know that. Papa know that. He know that. He know exactly what he's trying to do. Look his comment. Go there, Tony. Yeah, no, not gonna let you do it today, Papa. You're not gonna have your way. No, sir. No,
There you
sir.
go.
Ronnie B. Young said, in the words of Nick Saban, never bet against Bryce twice. Already, Ronnie. Talk to him. Talk to him, Ronnie.
Yeah,
But yeah, go
popping. You
ahead,
hear
Will. My
that?
bad.
You already bet once. You heard that
Yeah,
popping. You already
yeah.
bet wrong once.
Mm-hmm.
Climb aboard the mothership, baby. The rocket about to take off. Now we don't want to leave you on the tarmac.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to leave you on tarmac. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, Lord, man, get on board, man. We want you on board.
Yeah. But that's what I have with Scott Fowler. And what else? I had something else. So I'll ask you this, Will, you can go first. What can a great practice legitimately reveal about Bryce processing, anticipation, and command without treating the result as proof?
Okay, so I think what Scott Fowler said is what I would like to say here.
Mm-hmm.
The route was crisp, the coverage was excellent. Bryce was just better at delivering the ball. If you're practicing
Hey,
against the same people, if you're practicing
yeah,
against the same people and they know exactly what you're about to run,
yeah,
and they still and JC Horn and Mike Jack still can't stop it on 11 on 11. Oh, brother.
yeah. What Well, Canales has pointed to Young eliminating options before the snap. His evaluation of the remaining pitcher on his drop, and also throwing with anticipation. So the more meaningful observations than saying only that the offense completed a lot. You know, those are meaningful observations than just saying that the offense completed a lot of passes. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Like if you are getting the ball out faster, if you are truly trusting your receivers, you know, and anticipating the throw before they even come up out their breaks, you know, where a lot of times when that happens, the only person that you are given opportunity to catch the ball is the receiver, not the DB. You know, so if that's the kind of confidence that is being shown and being displayed early on in training camp, and your hope is that it's going to just get better and better throughout training camp. Come game one, I mean, ain't no telling what you got. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like I said about the trajectory, it looks like it's only going up. It only looks like it's going up. Ray Sharp, what you think?
I mean, pretty much the same thing we was talking about, man. Like bees in practice, we
Hey,
just
Will,
dissecting.
hold on, Rashad. Will, there's a reverb. Okay, go ahead, Rashad.
Bees in practice. Dissecting the defense with precise precision, and you know, throwing with anticipation. Doing things like that on a consistent basis. You know, I, you know, I think that's what. So sort of like what Will was saying, man. That's what I think. If he's doing that, then yeah. I mean,
I got you. Hey,
yeah,
Ronnie B. Young is on one today. You hear me? He said, and this is, I like that proof that you put out there, Ronnie. He said some people say practice is just practice, but go take a look at J.J. McCarthy practice reps with the Vikings and tell me about his practice. Chemistry has no friends, only revelations. Boy, if I had a drop the mic sound or something, I would do it right now. Cause that is spot on. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like you
yeah,
have to even though the quarterback is not getting hit or anything like that, just the fact that you see what you got in practice. That's why they have practice. Like we can only speculate from the outside looking in, but these coaches, the offensive coordinators, the defensive coordinators, people like that are in the room, that are witnessing these things each and every day. And then you have like JJ McCarthy, for instance. You have people wondering why he hasn't took hold of the number one, the QB1 position in Minnesota. Just like I tried to tell people when he was coming out, he is not a first round quarterback. He is not an NFL type quarterback. He wasn't even the best player on offense, let alone his team when he was at Michigan. People wanted to say, nah, Jim Harbaugh co-signed for him and this and that. I was like, man, that was his former coach. What you think he gonna say? You know what I'm saying? The dude was the quarterback of his national championship team. All you got to do is watch
yeah,
the film. So the film said it about J.J. McCarthy even before he even got drafted. But I'm gonna digress on that one because he don't play for the Panthers. But hey, Ronnie Young, that was spot on, my guy. That was spot on.
Hey, put that on a t-shirt.
What'd you say, Will?
Put that on a t-shirt.
Ed said, we heard this before. Again, we will see. Yeah, okay, Ed.
Hey,
Papa said
speaking of,
JJ is trash. Who is surprised? Not me.
I
Eternal
bet
said
Paco will
JJ,
probably
JJ,
have
JJ
JJ.
trash running. That's why they got Kill Collar pick somebody who is a worth. Okay. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Kyler Murray. I don't know if that's what you was trying to say, eternal or not.
You
Yeah,
put you
he
put
also
goddamn
said,
JJ
Ronnie,
in
you
front of
always
Bryce. I bet
huh?
Papa gonna take JJ. Now I said if you in front of put JJ and Bryce together, I bet Papa to choose JJ.
yep.
He
We'll
might.
see what he gonna say.
Eternal Eternal said, Ronnie, you always pick people to compare who suck. And MP Bears said Bryce Young is trash. Okay, Mike Platt. All right. Well, your quarterback ain't too far off if that's the case.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Hey, just like just like
Hey,
just
turn
like and
turn
I
your
and
volume up, Will. Turn your
hey,
volume up.
hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Can you hear me better now?
Say again.
Hold on, let me fix my audio. I'll come back.
All right. All right. So
Better now?
yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Yep.
Yeah.
So back to
So
what I was going to say. So since you kind of tipped me to what this conversation was going to be like, I kind of did some digging on, and I'm gonna do some speculation on some beat reporter stuff, right? So one of the
mhm.
beat reporters said, when you see the ball come off a Bryce Young hand, you know that's an NFL quarterback. When you see the ball come off,
Wow.
when you see the ball come off of Kenny Pickett hand, that's an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Matt Corral was the worst quarterback that he's ever seen, and that was not even an NFL quarterback. Period. End of sentence.
And even Jimmy Clausen.
No, he said Matt Corral. One of the beat
Hey,
reporters said that. He said, I am not a judge of talent, but you could tell when an NFL quarterback throws a ball, and when somebody who has no business back there at quarterback trying to throw a ball. Said it's clear.
Wow. Yeah.
So the reason why I say that is quarterbacks, if you're sitting there as a beat reporter and you can see the difference, there is a big difference. So sitting up there having that JJ McCarthy conversation with Kyler Murray is probably night and day. The problem is that there
Facts.
is there is a coach that's there that selected that quarterback that is trying to prove himself right or give himself every opportunity to be right before he has to pivot.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause you have to you have to see the return on investment, and you have to allow time to see the return on that investment. But sometimes you can see early on that you need to cut your losses.
Ain't that
It don't necessarily have to take 4 or 5 years. I'm talking about strictly JJ McCarthy. I mean, hell, it for me it was quite evidence from the beginning. I would have never took him in the first round, but that's me. But Broski Bear said, "What trait do you like that Bryce has? Please explain." Well, Broski, I will not explain because we have went over that time and time and time again. So, yeah, I'm not going to indulge you with that explanation,
rewind the
sir.
tape. Rewind the tape.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
hey,
Poppers,
you know what's funny? You know what's funny? Whenever Will said rewind the tape, yo, y'all remember yesterday when y'all got on read about the fifth floor,
yeah.
bro?
Right.
I rewind that shit like 10 times yesterday. Had me rolling, bro. Y'all had me rolling. I rewind that shit like 10 times. I swear to God, y'all had me rolling, bro.
Hey, hey, you
Redhead
was
was
close to
all
the
fucked up.
elevator.
Yeah, the elevator part too
Yeah,
had me rolling.
you
I was like, God, Will said, what you gonna push the up button or the down? I was like, God damn.
Yeah. In most hotels when you get off the elevator, that first room that's across the hall, that's the handicap room, right? That's the
Yeah,
bathroom
Yeah,
with
it
the
is.
with the stand up bars and big shower and everything. Yeah, that's where Red at. He over there. He just waiting to go to the sixth floor. That's all.
y'all had me rolling.
Oh man. Oh man.
uh oh, Poppin said, Ray Shack, why you starting with me? LOL, I will pick Superboy. Okay, who was Superboy?
Boy.
And Roadmaster said worse than Clausen. Yeah,
Well,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know if it's worse than I don't know if he saw
Go ahead,
Clausen.
Will.
He was he was
Right.
just saying he was just saying that Matt Corral was, you could tell Matt Corral had no business in an NFL uniform.
Wow. Okay.
And Mike Platt, the answer isn't none. The answer is, why do we have to explain that to y'all over and over again?
Right. Talk to him, Will.
You,
Talk to
you
him.
you just you just you just want to spiral the conversation to some place where you get to drag somebody down the mud. And nobody trying to get nasty and dirty with you today. We clean over here.
I tell you what. I tell you what. This is what I would entertain. You name me 5 things that Caleb Williams has that Bryce Young don't have.
Ooh.
Show me 5 things that Caleb
Yeah.
Williams do have that Bryce Young don't have. We can have that conversation.
Go and sweep your own front porch.
Kasulikins says Superman, Superboy. I don't know what that means. Then
Talking
he
about Bryce
said,
Young, Superman and Super.
"Oh, wow, ooh,
Like,
okay,
ooh,
yeah."
Bryce is less than 6 feet tall. Ooh, the boogeyman coming.
As he said, French chips is one. That's crazy.
Ah,
That's
that's
wow.
that's
You
crazy.
right, SC, but I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna keep it football. I'm gonna keep it football. I want to know what 5 things Caleb Williams can do that Bryce don't have and can't do. I want them to prove that point to me. Uh Castle Lickens said 2 Joules, 100. I don't know what that is. Hey, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you for tapping in. I'm sorry. If you haven't subscribed to Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk, go ahead and subscribe for me. You can hit the go to youtube.com/@UO Sports Talk. Subscribe to the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. He hit me with another 2 Joules. All right. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Poppin said we already had Superman and Bryce's favorite word is super. So he's Superboy. Okay. Got it.
No, got it.
Mm.
All right.
Hey,
Let's see what
hey, hey,
MP
hey.
come up with. Hmm?
Exactly. Let's get it. Let's go there. Let's go there. All right.
He says
I'm ready.
strong. He says stronger arm. Okay, I'll give you that. Playmaking. That's a
Mm,
lie. 'Cause Bryce
that's a
could
lie
definitely
too.
make plays. Escapability. You don't want to go there neither
Yeah,
because Bryce is definitely got escapability. That I mean, like if you can't say that he don't do anything other than prove people that he can escape and move with his feet, then you don't know football and you definitely haven't been watching. So that's also a lie. Less turnover prone. That's debatable. That's definitely debatable. Throwing on the run, that is definitely
that's
not true. Bryce
that's Bryce's
Bryce is
specialty.
arguably better. Bryce arguably is better throwing on the run outside the pocket than he is in the pocket because according to Broski, he can't seal the offensive line, so he has to go outside of the pocket. So that kills your point right there. So you got to come forth with better evidence. And I specifically said 5 things that your quarterback can do that my quarterback can't do, and you have yet to produce those, MP. So go back to the drawing boards. I'll still be here, and I'll look over that list. Now, if you haven't accomplished said goal, I'm not even gonna bring it up. All right.
It, can I add something to the
Yeah, go
stronger
ahead,
arm?
Will. Yeah, go ahead.
If you go and look at Bryce Young's throws at 40 yards, they are extremely
Mhm.
accurate. So
Yeah,
so what you can
I
throw
know
the
that.
so what you can throw the ball 75 yards. What difference does it make? You ain't gonna have a 75-yard play. You know what I'm saying? It is so rare that you're gonna a 70-yard play is a Hail Mary like that one that he had against Green Bay. Was that Green Bay he had
Yeah.
that play against? That is
I don't remember. I don't remember.
what- I just want to make sure
What
that
did
we
that? What did he
understand
say
it.
at the
When he
Rams?
say when he say
What did that bring back?
when he says yeah, he was drifting
Yeah,
back, drifting back,
I think it
drifting
was
back.
the Rams. I think it was the
The Rams
Rams.
was the Rams or
Yeah,
somebody.
I
He was
think it was
drifting
the
back,
Rams.
drifting back. I'm talking about Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is a good quarterback.
Yeah.
So see the difference is in those guys like Mike Platt and those guys. No one is saying that Caleb Williams isn't a good quarterback, but yet you hit our link and try to tell us that our quarterback is trash. Why? Because you scared? Are you nervous? You got bubbly guts or something, broski? Like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, good
hit
God,
hit hit
yeah.
Hitman J 3974 said that's easy. Caleb scrambled better and has a better arm than Bryce. That wasn't the question, Hitman J. Tell me 5 things that Caleb Williams can do that Bryce can't do. I ain't say better than, can and can't. Those are the two words that are important in what I just said. 5 things
Does
Caleb can
hit
do that Bryce can't do. Yeah. So until y'all get that right, man, I ain't got no more conversation for you Bears
because
fans.
you when you say does something better than, that makes it subjective. You
Yeah.
are walking them to an on and off switch that they can't figure out, and they can't figure it out.
Yeah. And better yet for Broski, he has yet to take me up on the offer to show him that Bryce can throw over the middle. So yeah, Broski, I still have the film. I'm still ready for you to say, let me see, because I don't believe you. So I can just show you the evidence that proves exactly what you say that he can't do, that he can do. But you have yet to take me up on that. So, that hey, I'm a film first person. So if you don't have the evidence to support what you're talking about, why are we even having this conversation? You just throwing stuff out there just to throw stuff out there just to have something to say. It's so easy to dispute or crush your so-called theory, your evidence. It's easy for me to do that, but I digress. I'll let you live. I'll let you
Hey,
live.
hey, hey, Tony, can I say something about the throwing
Yeah,
across the middle?
yeah.
When you tell a lie long enough and often enough, and it goes unchallenged by some, people tend to
Yeah.
believe the lie.
Mm-hmm.
It is human nature. If you go into certain circles and consistently say the same lie over and over and over and over again, and everybody in that circle agree with you, that is called a bubble. Then once you're in that bubble, anyone who gives you any facts to dispute that lie becomes a personal attack on them. Not that you telling them the truth, you lying to them.
Mm-hmm.
When they the whole time they have been living that lie. That is the lie that they tell often about Bryce Young and a lot of things about Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure I point
Well,
that
I
out.
I I just I just want to let y'all know that I have Bryce Young in every one of my graphics today because I want to make you Bryce haters bad. That's my full intention. I don't. I'm not hiding. I'm not sugarcoating. He's gonna be smiling, looking like that. Every graphic that I pull up today, and I pulled up about 7 or 8 graphics today. So yeah, each
Man,
one that I go to, the Bryce gonna be looking at y'all just like this. Yeah.
I hope you got that hitting the
Tony,
home run celebration on there.
Tony gonna get Tony gonna get some of
Huh?
these guys nightmares, man. You gonna get some of these dudes nightmares
It's all right.
with
Hey,
all this
today
Bryce talk.
today is the welcoming day to the NFL football season. So I thought, what other way could I get it jump started? What other way could I not get the juices flowing for the football season that is upon us? So yeah,
The Bryce Young Appreciation
what
Hour.
other way to do it than the most divisive person in Panther Nation history is Bryce Christopher Young. Yeah, yeah, that's why I'm with it today. I'm with all the smoke and all the bullshit today. Yeah, I got time today. So
You
Ronnie
know
B.
what?
Young said, I got one for you, Tony. Caleb Williams has 6 interceptions to 5 touchdowns in the postseason. Well, who's counting right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hitman J
Hey,
said
hey,
Bryce a better playmaker than Caleb. That you know what? That's nobody heard me say that. Okay.
hey,
Anything
hey,
Caleb do, Bryce do better. Talk to him, be real.
hey.
Bryce can't do one of those things at an elite level. Well, Mike Pratt, we didn't say what level it was at. Question was, what can he do that Bryce can't?
And what
Papa
made
says,
Caleb
get him,
Williams
Tony.
elite? What makes Caleb Williams elite, man? Why don't you go and
Yeah.
glade? You know what? There's plenty of room for Bryce Young to be good and Caleb Williams to be good. It doesn't mean that if Bryce Young is good, Caleb Williams is bad. Do y'all?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you guys as Bears fans?
Clearly not.
Tony, am I crazy
Kaz,
here?
Kaz, yeah, Kaz Lincoln said Bryce can throw 60. That's more than enough. Okay, that's facts. Papa says this Broski's burner account. Probably so. And no telling. Um, MP said you Panther fans delusional. Okay, thank you for your comment. Cyburn said good morning. Good morning, Cyburn. Thank you for tapping in, my guy. Hit that like button for me. If it's 70 people watching between two platforms, if you have not hit that like button on Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk, I will love it if you do so. I would greatly appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, make sure that you have subscribed to the channel. And let me see. Oh, somebody else hit the Cousin Lincoln's another with another 2 jewels. I greatly appreciate that, my guy. I greatly appreciate that. Um Be real said week 1 we'll see who the better QB is.
How
Sideburn
does
said
week
better
one prove
arm
it or
is
disprove it?
Cap. Yeah. Well, no,
How does
yeah,
week
I
one
think
prove that or
be
disprove
real.
it?
Yeah, be real is a Panthers fan if I'm not mistaken. But let me
Right.
bring up Agent Broski to the stage. What's going on, Broski?
Yeah.
Broski with the Moski is in full effect today. You guys missed me a couple of weekends ago on CJ's
Uh-huh.
channel on a Saturday because he had some goofy streaming service to try to enter through. So I couldn't get on the show for some reason. But
Oh, you talking about? Oh, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
He's not on EV Mux no more. He got StreamYard, so you should
okay,
be
cool.
good if you want to pull up again.
Uh,
But go
o-
go go
open
go go ahead,
open forum
Broski.
day. You know, I do try to keep it respectful on your show and not make
Mm,
little number
for,
nine the center of every conversation. But when you open it up like today, you have a designated "Let's talk about him" day. I'm glad I can join and be a
okay.
part of it. Let's just say that.
Yes, sir.
So,
What you got?
well, I mean, it's just one of those things. Are you going to make Bryce Young a $200 million quarterback or $250 million quarterback? Yeah, I mean, I think anyone
Well,
who knows anything about football would kind of know. Like, I'm not a fan in general of just paying anyone with 2 years left on their contract. So all these people who are like, are they going to extend them now? I'm like almost for anyone, right? I'm not doing that. You
mhm.
got 2 years left. It's like, come on, right? And second of all, it's like, it took him 3 years just to barely eclipse 3,000 yards passing. Like you definitely let him go out there in year 4 and prove it. You know what I mean? Like it is what it
Right.
is. Like my thoughts
I
on
agree.
Bryce. I just don't think he is an NFL level quarterback. I don't think he has the talent. I don't think he belongs in the NFL. I really don't. I
Mm.
just don't think he's. I don't think he's good. I don't think he
Well,
has the arm talent. I think he's too
well,
small. And he's
okay.
not
Well,
very efficient
Broski,
either. You know what I mean? So
all of all of what you are saying right now is credibly disproven because there's an NFL team that says opposite of what you're saying. There's a reason why he's the quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. There's a reason why he was the number 1 overall draft pick. There's a reason why he won the Heisman in the national championship
yeah, we don't
at
care about
Alabama.
college football, right?
Hold on. I'm just running down to you a list of reasons why he is in the position he is in right now, going into year 4. So to dispel everything that you just said, like I said, there's an NFL team that has credibly proven that everything that you said negative about Bryce, they feel is a positive for Bryce.
Are
Hence,
you?
that's where he's at right now. So you saying that he don't have enough NFL, he shouldn't be in the NFL. He don't have no NFL talent. Well, there's people out there that has credible and completely disagree with you, hence why he's where he's at right now. But go ahead.
Well, people can disagree. It doesn't make them right. People can be emotional. Doesn't make them right. Like the Panthers made a bad choice.
I'm
The Panthers made a bad pick.
I'm glad you. Hold on.
All right.
I'm glad you said that people can make a point that don't make them right.
Exactly.
Hold on to that.
I mean,
hold
it was
on
a
to that,
bad
broski.
decision.
Just hold on to that.
This is what I like to bring to the table with all the Bryce sexuals like Tip Drill Will and all these guys who are just going to cheerlead, right? So this is what I want. This is no. I'm not done talking. So this is what I want you guys.
You've been running your mouth. You called me out. Then let me say one thing.
I haven't even said what I got to say yet, and you're already flipping out and getting emotional on me, Will.
Well, hold on. Well, hold on.
So my thing with the Bryce fans is this: it's very simple.
Hold on, broski. Let's be respectful. There's no need to be talking about Bryce sexuals and calling people out and stuff like that. You can make your point. Will can make his point. I can make my point. Whoever else joined the panel can make a point. But what we're not going to do, we're not going to start with this name calling and disrespecting people just to get a point across. That is not what we're going to do. So you know how I get down on my channel.
All right.
We ain't never had this problem before, so don't start today.
So I know it's a very sensitive topic for people, but what I like to ask Bryce fans is let's keep it about Bryce. Like, don't start, when Bryce fans get a direct Bryce question, they always talk about another player. So my direct question is, what traits do you see in Bryce Young that you think are worthy of the number one pick that he's lived up to, that you see in him that possibly warrant him getting a big contract extension, $250 million? What traits do you see in Bryce that you like, that you think are good?
So before you go, Will, like I said before, because this is not the first time you asked that question, broski, whether it's been on my channel or anybody else's channel. I've answered that more than one time. I think there has been enough evidence.
I've never asked you directly, so I would like to hear your answer for sure.
So, okay. If you never heard me say that before or heard me say it, I think Bryce has great anticipation. I think he processes well. I think he's very accurate. I think he has come into his own as far as commanding this offense, since this is his third year going into this offense. I like his high level of escapability. I think he's good with his feet. I think he's sometimes better outside the pocket than he is in the pocket. I've witnessed Bryce Young make every throw that you can ask an NFL quarterback to make. So to me, that's what I like about Bryce Young. And then just furthermore, just to prove a point, when Bryce was coming out of college, he's not the quarterback that I wanted. I wanted C.J. Stroud. It was on the record that I've said it. This was when me and C.J. had two fans in the stands. We both said we wanted C.J. Stroud over Bryce Young. When Bryce Young was selected, we said, okay, you know what? In our mind, there wasn't much difference between Bryce and Caleb, but the size. The arm strength was the arm strength was evident that C.J. Stroud had a better, stronger arm than Bryce, but Bryce threw with better anticipation, in our opinion, than C.J. So just to go all the way back to when he was drafted, he was not our choice, but he's here now, and everything we talk about with Bryce, I've seen have. The trajectory for Bryce has gone up each and every year from his rookie year to year 3. That's what I see in Bryce. The question about the $200 million, that came up from the article that Scott Fowler wrote the other day. It wasn't saying that he's going to get $200 million. He just said that from what he has witnessed, he could imagine that the conversation, when it comes time to extend him, whether it's at the end of this year or at the end of his 5th year option, that the conversation will probably start around 4 years for $200 million or 5 years for $200 million. I've never said that he's worth $200 million. So there you go.
Yeah, and for the Panthers' sake, let's hope they don't decide to give him that contract. But saying that Bryce can make every throw on the field, though, I mean, that's just not true.
Yeah, I know.
But hold on, Will.
Come on, man. This guy has a pop gun arm, bro. He's got a paper mache arm.
You can say it's not true. That's fine. That's all well and good. Like I've mentioned and said to you before, when you say he can't throw in the middle,
He
I said I
can't.
have tape that I said, well, see everything. So now we're past the point of an opinion. So now you were talking about a
I've seen
belief.
the breakdown.
Because hold on. Because even with evidence that I have that I know I can pull up right now, I have it saved on my computer. I can show you throw for throw that he made in the pocket over the middle. So what it sounds like, broski, though, is even if I provided you with said evidence, it still wouldn't change your mind. So it's no longer an opinion at
Yeah.
that time. That's just your belief.
I mean,
That's just
Tony,
your belief.
I don't know what
So
you
I
have
mean
on film. You have every throw he ever
that's cool.
completed over the middle, or you just cherry pick it. Oh, he completed a pass over the middle this game. Oh, 2 weeks later he completed a pass
Hey,
over the middle. I'm going to show it to
can I say
Bresky.
So
something, Tony, real quick?
hold on,
Like,
Will. Yeah, I can let you get in. So if you have NFL Plus, film, all 22, I could go to each season, his rookie season, his second season, and his third season. And I can go through and I can say, show me all the throws over the middle of Bryce Young 3-year career. That's not cherry picking. That's showing you every throw completed or incomplete. So let's just go there. It ain't just about the ones that he has completed. Every throw that he has attempted, let's say that attempted over the middle, because what you've always said is that he can't throw over the middle,
he
and I'm
can.
telling you he can.
Well,
So
he could try. Don't get me wrong. Does he complete passes accurately and on
okay,
time over the
broski.
middle? Over
All right,
15
broski.
yards? He
Okay,
doesn't.
go.
He
Okay, go
doesn't.
ahead, Will. What you got? Go ahead, Will. What you got?
So Tony and chat, this is what you call a classic sense of I have said something so many times and I've heard it so many times and it's went unchallenged and championed that even if given facts that dispute it, I don't believe it. So it's called living in a bubble. So sit and full disclosure, I was a Stroud guy. I've told many people that up front. I was a Stroud guy. And I had recency bias especially when it was Stroud, because when Stroud played that game against Georgia, and everybody know I'm a Gamecock fan, and any Gamecock fan can't stand them damn Bulldogs. So when Stroud took them boys to the brink, I wanted Stroud. No, I'm saying that was like the nail in the coffin for me to want Stroud. But for our quarterback, Bryce Young, as soon as you defend Bryce Young, you're being emotional. That is a fallback position of living in a bubble and always being validated of your dislike of this quarterback. And then when you say dislike of this quarterback, it's not that I don't dislike him. I just think he's not it. That's horse hockey. It is
No, it's not.
all
It's facts. You're
hey,
judging him based on
listen,
his play on the
broski,
field.
broski,
Hold on, Brisky. Hold on. Go ahead, Will.
Now, let's talk about his play on the field for just a second here. Are you saying anybody, not just you, broski, because we all know where you stand? Are you saying that his rookie season was his fault? Why he didn't throw for so many yards? Are you saying in his second season that he got benched because he needed to clear his head and flush the first season? His fault?
Yeah, see, and this is the problem. Nothing's
Hey,
ever
hold
Bryce's
on, broski.
fault
I'm still
either. That's the
talking.
other problem. He's the
Broski,
quarterback.
let me
He's
finish.
held accountable.
Hold on, broski. Hold
Broski.
on. Now we was quiet and let you talk. Now let Will talk. Go ahead,
Now,
Will.
there is something called resiliency, broski, that you are not accounting for. A lesser quarterback, let me say this to you clearly, a lesser man would have broken under the pressure and the bullshit that Bryce endured over the 3 years of being these 3 seasons of being the Carolina Panther signal caller. If you cannot identify the resiliency of this man and recognize what he has endured and is now as the upswing is coming out of the dark end of this, if you're not willing to admit to any of that, You're just showing that it is just your opinion and you're not willing to change anything in fact of new evidence. So you saying these things like let's talk about his performance on the field. You want to go on and off switch, but you don't even want to freely admit that if someone tell you that he can throw across the middle and I can show you throw across the middle, and you still sit there and say you don't have that evidence. Why? You know why? Because you haven't seen it, and even if you have seen it, but you refuse to believe what you own see because you
Yeah.
live in a bubble and you're
No,
used to
well, you're
people.
being
Let me finish.
ridiculous.
Let me
He
finish. And
can't
this,
do it on
I'm
a
almost done.
consistent basis. He
Hey,
can't
let
go
me
deep over
finish.
the middle.
Hold
He
on,
doesn't do it.
broski. Hold on, broski. Go ahead, Will.
I'm just two more quick sentences. And for that, I say this: you're used to people validating you about Bryce Young. This is not going to be validating for you. If you're telling people that he can't throw across the middle and you haven't, and you've seen it with your own eyes, because if you watch Panther football, you've seen it. You say, oh, that was lucky. Your brain is going to disvalidate it. Any confirmation or affirmation of Bryce Young is almost an attack. You consider it an attack on your football IQ. Liking Bryce Young, validating Bryce Young is an attack on Broski's football IQ. Think about that for a second. Why is
Yeah, I
that?
thought
Because
we
you
weren't
are
going to get
used to
into
being
personal
valued.
stuff, right, Tone?
No,
So
no,
what's this?
that's not personal.
Okay,
That's
so
not
you're done
personal.
now. So here we go. Yeah, so if you have any kind of common sense, any kind of football knowledge, you can watch Bryce Young play for one game and know he's not it. Like the kid has no arm. The kid he's not efficient. He's not some elite processor. He also got your Avengers coaching staff that everyone was jumping up and down about his rookie season fired. He's on his fourth offensive coordinator now, right? So he got that whole coaching staff that Frank Wright. He had McCown as a quarterback coach. They had Caldwell as a, special advisor or consultant to the offense. They had all those positional coaches. They had everything. Thomas Brown got them all fired. Right. So, you're supposed to have the best coaching staff ever. So, yeah, that's on Bryce. It's absolutely on Bryce. You're saying it's on Bryce's fault when you're one? Yeah, it is. So the quarterback's never going to be held accountable in your eyes, is what you're saying. And I don't really consider 100 and whatever, 130 yards more passing from his rookie year to now, and throwing one more interception this past season. He threw some more touchdowns. Completion percentage got a little better, but let's not act like he's making big strides. And you're talking about resilience. He's not storming the beaches of Normandy, dude. Like you're talking
And
about resilience. He's the number
anybody
one
who knows
pick.
about
He's a
resilience is
pampered.
me.
He's a pampered little baby boy with a weak arm.
Yeah, right.
And you're talking
Yeah.
about resilience. No,
Hey, let me explain
resilience is
something to you
Frank
about
Wright
resilience.
because Bryce's little
Hold on,
pop gun
Will.
arm got
Hold
him
on, Will.
fired. Bryce's little pop gun
Okay.
arm got Frank Wright fired. So Frank Wright is actually resilient, not Bryce Young.
Okay. Bro, so you done?
Well, I'm just saying, the bottom line is with Will, do you want to extend this guy? Do you think he's worth a 5-year or 4-year extension? Is this really what you want to do with your franchise?
So I'm asking real quick, are you done? Because I'm trying to move forward. I'm not going to beat this to continue dead horse with a stick.
Right.
I just want an answer from Will.
You're trying to make this about
what the topic of it is,
whatever
yes.
it is that you're this what you're doing has nothing to do necessarily with the topic.
Pay him or make him prove it.
You're doing what you always do when you see anybody talk about Bryce Young. You feel like that is an open invitation for you to come in with your personal attacks about him. Hey, look, you can have your personal feelings and whatever, however you choose to feel. I'm not here to say any different. All I'm saying is, if you're done, because I believe I have allowed you ample enough time to get off of what you want to say. But what we're not going to do is try to make this conversation into something that it was not trying to be from the beginning.
Tony, it literally says pay him or make him prove it. And that's what I'm asking Will. Would you pay him?
No, I'm asking you, are you done?
I'm
That's what I'm
asking Will
asking
a
you.
question. I'd like an answer.
But I'm the host of the show. So one last time, broski, are you done? Yes or
Defender
no?
will need someone to step up in his defense today. That's fine. It is what it is, man. Like it's a basic
Okay.
question.
Hey, hey, bro.
All right.
Hey,
Well,
It's a basic
hey,
question.
I
broski.
appreciate
Hey,
you
broski.
for being on the panel today. I really do. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Will.
What I'd like to say to broski is, if anybody can judge resiliency as somebody like me, you have no concept of that because
Mhm.
you've never had to deal with adversities in spaces and places that I know I have. That's one. Two, we're not
Yeah.
saying that the kids home on the beach of Normandy. You have to have resiliency in almost anything in order to achieve and accomplish things. You have adversity, you have to be able to come through that. And yeah, I believe this is just my belief on Bryce Young and a contract extension. If he does as well as he's projected to do this season, then he is worthy of a contract extension. I don't think he should get a contract extension this offseason, but I think once he start going through this season, if he gets the numbers that we believe that he will hit, I believe that we
Yeah.
should be looking at him at a contract extension.
Right. So real quick, shout out to Kaiser Lincolns again for 2 jewels. I greatly appreciate you, my guy. So I know you're probably watching through Carolina Armchair GM CJ's channel because I can get super chats. So if you do me a favor, open up a browser, go to YouTube /at UO Sports Talk and subscribe to my channel as well. I am streaming to both channels because this is part of Carolina Armchair GM Network. So I greatly appreciate if you show love and support for both channels. Real quick, so for me and what it has always been when it comes to Bryce Young or any other player in the NFL or college, I don't choose size. I watch film and I break down film as a passion, as a hobby of mine that I've been doing for 2.5 years on offensive linemen. I help people from the Division II get looked at and get accepted to Division I schools. I help people in the transfer portal. I do cut up tapes for some of these offensive linemen. The spaces that I've been allowed to be in over the past 2.5 years have given me the confidence to speak about the game of football and the knowledge of the game of football like I do have. I'm not just some random fan that don't know or don't understand the game of football. No, I know that I played the game and now I know the game not only based off just what I know, but what I continue to learn from other people that are in spaces that have invited me into watching the game. That's why I don't fall in love with no one player. So that's why I can remain unbiased in my criticism, whether it's bad or good. That's my lane that I stay in. I'm going to stay in. So for some people, whether you hate Bryce or whether you love Bryce, whatever side that you choose to be on, the far left or far right, I really don't care. I really don't care. But what I won't do is just sit up here and just allow somebody to just blatantly tell lies on a player, whether it was Bryce, Jonathan Brooks, or hell, if it was on Caleb Williams. I don't care. Just don't just blatantly tell lies just because you don't like said player. There's players that I don't like, but I'm not gonna sit there and just blatantly tell lies about them just because I may not be a fan of their team or a fan of said player. I don't get down like that. So if you want to do that on any other platform, you are feel free and welcome to do that. Here at Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk, we're gonna keep it objective. We're gonna speak honestly. We're gonna allow the film dictate what you see. We're gonna let the film be the evidence. So when somebody shows you the film or gives you the opportunity to see the film and you still believe whatever crazy theory that you choose to believe, that's not an opinion. You're not opinionated. You just have a belief, and no matter what nobody say or show to you, you're still going to believe that. So a person like that, I can't have a conversation with. I can't have a conversation with, because it's not about having a conversation. All you want to do is just argue your point. That's not what I do here at Biased Opinion Sports Talk. So I appreciate the support that everyone has given me. If you feel like this is not for you, unsubscribe, leave. I really don't care, because I didn't build this platform to cater to anyone else's feelings. This is my show, and this is how it's going to go down. So
I
back to our
appreciate.
regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, you got a super chat up there, man. Yeah, super chat.
Oh, I ain't see it. Where is that? Oh, Deezy 4 times said this BY9 last season. Book it. All right. Appreciate that $2 super chat. Deezy, thank you for supporting the channel. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate that, my guy. All right. So let's see. So let's move along, Will. If you got
Thank
time
you.
this morning.
Yeah, I got some time, man.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that it's okay, and I'll just tell any like for in the chat, the Bears fans, it's okay
Mm-hmm.
if Bryce Young is good. It doesn't mean that Caleb Williams that somehow take money out of Caleb Williams' pocket. And Broski, even if we gave Bryce Young an extension, what difference does it make to you as you a fan of the Bears? If
Mm-hmm.
you a Bears fan, walk your ass into the Bears podcast and bear down or whatever y'all do out there. It's nothing wrong with that. All I'm saying is if you give facts around Bryce, that means you being sensitive about Bryce. You're not being you can't,
Yeah.
to say that a rookie quarterback got a coaching staff fired is nasty work. That's just
Yeah. Very,
insane.
very nasty.
And he talked about this great coaching staff. Where are all them coaches at today?
I didn't even want to even get into the fact that the Bears fired their coaching staff Caleb's rookie year. Was that Caleb's fault, or was that the Bears coaching staff fault? I just want to. I'm just wondering, because the same thing happened. That's why Ben
No, no,
Johnson
no.
is
How
there
how,
now.
how
But
dare you? How dare you say that? Hey, you got another super chat came in. I like
okay,
this
all
one.
right. Let's see. Dream 58 said, "Thank you, Tony. That conversation was starting to give me a migraine." Hey, well, I appreciate you, Dream. I appreciate that $9.99 super chat. Uh, Make sure that you subscribe to Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your support. This is not my first time seeing you in here, so I appreciate you waking up early in the morning and being a part of the conversation. And I appreciate Broski. Broski showed mad love to the channel. You know what I'm saying? He shows mad love to the channel, supports the channel, and all that. But some days Broski know how he can be. So it's all good. So like I said, I just don't appreciate when you try to come and try to make this channel be something that I didn't set out for it to be. I understand your angle. I know exactly where your angle coming from. You and others like you. I understand your angle. Most of the time, he's respectful and he joins the conversation, great points and stuff like that. But when it's Bryce Young, he does his Bryce Young thing. And today, I just wasn't going for it. All that other stuff. I mean, cool. Say what you want to say in the comments. I'll pull it up. Go ahead, Will. You was about to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, as it relates to the last part on this chart, um, if Bryce Young this season has is going to execute his strengths and minimize his weaknesses in his game, he's going to have a great season. Everybody games has
Mm-hmm.
weaknesses. Whatever his weaknesses are in his game, I hope that he's been working on that. It seems like he has, but of course, we haven't seen it with our own eyes. We won't be able to get a clear judge of it until that Sunday night football game. So you'll be able one quarter of the season down. You know what I mean? Um, and then we will be able to see, kind of where we're going in this direction. So, um, I'm excited about it. I think the evidence is there for his breakout. But as people say, it's just camp right now. So we don't know if it's going to translate to Sundays. We hope it does. So that's what I wanted to say. Tony, you talking on mute?
Yep, I'm talking on mute again. Said the whole damn conversation. Hey, we've been here over almost an hour and a half now. There's over 100 people watching between two channels. If you are enjoying the conversation, the debate this morning, the energy, the vibe that the morning kickoff has brought to you on this Hall of Fame game day, show support to the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. I'm going to put a QR code up at the top right. You can scan that QR code, support the show. There's also a pin link in the comment section on YouTube. It's pinned at the top. It's a PayPal link. You can also show your support. That way, I would greatly appreciate it. Whatever your heart leads you to give this morning, I'll always put that to good use and try to improve the show and the quality of the show. I'm here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern time. I haven't missed a beat or I missed a day or a time yet. So I would greatly appreciate it if you guys support the show this morning. My daily goal is $25. So I'm just trying to reach my daily goal for the day. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, Will. So the next thing we talk about what camp can show and what camp cannot show. What it can show is the processing, the anticipation, the accuracy, and the command. And what it cannot prove is the pressure answers. Third down, red zone, and what the defense adjustments would be. Because those things pretty much take place, and that you can observe in a real game like situation. All right. So just to reset the debate a little bit, again, Scott Fowler gave us a reason to pay attention, but the question is not whether Bryce looked good in July. The question is whether those same answers survive NFL pressure when the defense can hit him and adjust to him. All right. So again, talking about what Scott Fowler mentioned in the article and what Dave Canales has said out of his own mouth, head coach of the Panthers, said Bryce Young looks like he has mastery of the offense. Nobody would know better than Dave Canales. It's his offense, right? So if he got a guy that's running his offense and he said that he looks like he has mastery of the offense right now, I kind of have to lean to what Dave Canales said. Not saying that what he said is the Bible, but I'm taking his word on it based off he knows what he's looking at. When he talks about his processing, the anticipation, the accuracy, his command of the offense, his feel right now. So from what he has said, those things look like they have gotten better. This is his third training camp with Bryce, so he could pretty much can tell you what it looked like year one with Bryce and what it looks like now in year 3 with Bryce, right? What's your take on that, Will?
I agree. Here's another thing that I want to point out as context around Dave Canales saying Bryce has mastery of the offense. If you've noticed, Dave Canales is very limited on giving praises out to Bryce Young. He does not glaze him. It's almost as if, and it's almost, and I'm only using this from an example of what I've observed. When my father never really praised me, he would always, he'll praise me to other people at times, but he was always make me even keel, no matter what, even keel, right? And when Dave Canales says he has mastery of the offense, I tend to take that as fact. Dave Canales
Right.
benched him. Dave Canales said he wasn't sure if he was going to be the quarterback from week to week, and he said he had to prove it on Monday. When they said Bryce Young would have a good game on Sunday, then they'd be like, "Is he the quarterback going future?" He'd be like, "You got to prove it on Monday." He has to prove it on Monday. So when Dave Canales says this, I tend to agree with him because, first of all, it is his offense, and two, he's been not going to say stingy. He's been very
Yeah.
honest with us as fans about his analysis of Bryce Young. So
Shout
that's
out to my brother Jermaine Shepherd with his black ass. Said, let me shut up then, because y'all already know my opinion on this. Yeah, you just go ahead and shut the hell up. Go ahead, Will. I just had to get that in on Jermaine. Appreciate that, bro.
yeah,
Thank you for tapping
yeah,
in.
yeah. And then so as it relates to what camp shows, you're 100% right. Just like he says, he has command of offense. Scott Fowler is saying he's accurate and in participatory processing. I think camp can show that, but I think
Yeah.
when we go over to the other side, what camp can't prove, pressure answers, he could call out who's the mic. They can lay out protections, but he can't get hit, right? And third downs,
Yeah.
you don't you if it's 3rd and 2, you really can't tell in camp if it's 3rd and 2. Did you actually get the 2 yards? Because they just thudding, they ain't popping pads like that. Now, I think that
Yeah.
you'll get better answers. Think you'll get better answers in red zone, defense adjustments, and pressure answers during the joint practices. Because in the joint practices, you'll be able to defenses will adjust. They'll do a lot of red zone work, and you'll see if your pressure protections really was the answer. So, but I know you have super chat, but
Yeah.
that was all I had. That's all I had to add there.
All right. Shout out to BY's 804 VA. He said, good morning, all. Appreciate the content as always, gentlemen. Hey, appreciate the 499 super chat. BY's, thank you for supporting the channel. Hit the like button if you haven't already, and subscribe to Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk if you haven't done that already as well. And so just to piggyback off what you said, Will, everything that you said is true. And also what we have always done, because some people believe that, oh, we just don't ever criticize Bryce and it's never his fault. So I know Broski, that is different as much as you've been here on this channel. But I also know that's a talking point on the channel from which you come from. So I understand that as well. So you have heard me say that Bryce needed to be more consistent. You have heard me say Bryce needs to get better at his footwork. And Eternal, when I was talking about Bryce scrambling out of the pocket, showing good footwork, scrambling out of the pocket, is totally different than his footwork when he sets back in a drop back and throws the ball. That is the difference, in case you was confused. So I just want to clear that up for Eternal 252. He does need to work on his footwork. I've been on that ever since we drafted him. Me and Goat had a discussion on that the other day on this podcast that I know you was a part of and heard me say that. So talking about the two different things. So like Broski like to say, if you know football and watch football, which I do, shout out, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to those two things. So yes, I criticize Bryce when he plays bad, when he messes up things that he needs to work on, get better at. and I give him praise from the times when he does things, good things. Talked about him his rookie year, being benched the first 2 games of his second year, looked like a deer in headlights. Mentioned that multiple times. So
Mm-hmm.
when I know you've been in the comments or on the panel when I've said these things, and again, when somebody has evidence to show you different from what you say and you still say those things, that's no longer opinion. That's a delusional belief, since y'all like to throw that word around. So let me just
Oh
educate the
my
people this morning.
God.
I'm trying not to go there, trying to stay, but sometimes enough is enough, and you just have to show people, pop out and show people you know what you really about. So
You're gonna
yeah,
be like
I'm
old
gonna
boy
stand on
Ben
that.
Raines on Baby Boy. Be like Ben Raines on Baby Boy.
What do you do?
Remember he was like, "You're trying to be cool, but these niggas," and he started choking. He started choking Jody on Baby Boy.
Hmm.
Call your mom. Call your mom.
Yeah. Cool Kev said, to be honest, we have heard every year he has mastered the offense, then the season shows different. Well, I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard that
Me
either.
personally, I have not
Mhm.
heard that he has mastered the offense every year. Now, I don't know if you heard that from the coaches, Cool Kev, or other fans or podcasters. Me personally, I can tell you I've never heard that up until
I've never heard
Dave
Canales say
Canales
that.
said that a couple days ago. Well,
Yeah, Dave
he
Canales
said
said
that.
that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he
Go ahead.
said that in the he said that in the presser um a few days ago. Few days ago, I forgot who asked him in that presser. I'll try to go back and find it and send you the YouTube link. So yeah, I actually heard him say it this time, but I never heard him say it any other time. So yeah, um,
Cool Kev might be
yeah. So that's
confusing Dave
huh.
Canales saying he mastered the offense. Cool Kev might be confusing Dave Canales saying he mastered the offense versus,
Yeah,
podcasters, streamers, and fans saying that he's mastered the offense. Those are two different things. Because, you
yeah,
know,
yeah. It definitely could be two different things. So real quick, so the 2026 proof points, and I forgot to add another one on here, which is consistency. That is my main thing when it comes to
oh,
Bryce. He has to be more consistent. Last year was very up and down. Like I said, I'm not trying to say who was at fault or who was at blame, but when I'm just talking about Bryce, there was things that I saw him do last year that wasn't consistent to being a consistent winning quarterback. So I would love for him to be more consistent. Like I mentioned the other day, I would love to see him protect the ball better when he scrambles, when he breaks the pocket. There's times where you've seen where he has the ball easily stripped from him from behind, high and tight, tuck it high and tight, put two hands on the ball. Those are things that he can control by himself. It doesn't rely on the head coach, the offensive coordinator, or players around him. Those are things that he specifically can control on his own. So again, that's about the third time I've said it in the past week. So I don't want to ever hear nobody say, "Oh, well, you don't criticize your quarterback or you don't talk about what he does or what he does wrong." For now, I'm just going to ignore idiotic comments like that. What you about to say, Will?
so on 4th and 1, Bryce Young said we got to be consistent. He's saying it
Yeah.
out of his own mouth. I got to be more consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think that red zone got better last season, but we left some points on the field, man. We left some points on the field a lot of
That's
times.
true. That is true.
Um, it got better, but we left some points on the field. And that damn third down efficiency, look, that 3 and out has to stop. But with that 3 and out, stopping means that we're being more consistent. I think that identifying pressure, because his hurries and his sack counts has consistently gone down. I want that to get even better, because the better that you are able to identify pressure and block up scheme, the better we're able to get the ball to our playmakers. Um, I also think, Tony, that a proof point is better outlet options for Bryce. So, for example, um, getting the ball to Chuba in space a lot more efficiently,
Yeah.
using Jonathan Brooks more efficiently, putting pressure on on those cornerbacks, not cornerbacks, on those safeties and linebackers to be able to cover
Yeah.
instead of just coming downhill. All of those things are going to be important, I think, in proof points in 2026 from an offensive scheme
Yeah.
perspective. And Bryce must be able to drive this offense and have a consistent product week in and week out. Not a great game, not a 448, a 446 game, which is the zip code around Mercedes-Benz Stadium. 448 is that's the zip code around that
Young
stadium. If
County,
anybody,
Georgia. Young
Young
County,
County,
Georgia.
Georgia, right, and then drop a 50 burger on us against Seattle. We cannot have that. We got to have consistency in play. So,
Yeah. Yeah. That is the main thing for me is consistency. And I believe if you have that, if you can improve that level of consistency, I think everything else kind of falls in place. You know what I'm saying? I believe the third
mhm.
down efficiency can get better. I believe the red zone efficiency can get better. I believe the pressure rate will go down a little bit. You know, because Bryce does have a tendency of holding the ball too long. I think that is like a natural instinct when he breaks the pocket and he scrambles to the outside. He's trying to make a play. But sometimes you just got to get that ball out your hand, throw it away, throw it in the dirt and just live to see another day. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, when it comes to that, he definitely has a fault into that. Breaking the pocket too early and running into sacks, that's not the offensive line fault. That was his fault. You know what I'm saying? Cause not trusting his offensive line or bailing too quick. You know what I mean? So
Mm,
yeah, I
I'm
definitely
sorry.
put those. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was laughing at Shep comment. My
Oh
bad.
yeah, jerk. That dude's a jerk. That's my boy though.
That's funny.
That dude's a dirt. Yeah. All right. Let's see what. Okay. He ain't talking about shit. So
Yeah.
yeah, when it comes to the 2026 proof points, those are the type of things that I believe all those things can be corrected when you up the consistency of your game. And I want to see him be consistently good at the things that he does well. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that may be, whatever you may think he does okay at or he's all right at, be better. Be better and be consistent at that. Don't be consistent at, you know, fumbling the ball or holding on the ball too
Mm,
long. That
mm,
ain't what I'm talking about. I want you to be consistently good at the things that you are already good at. Improve upon those things, get better at those things. And if, like Dave Canales has said, or what Scott Fowler said he has witnessed, the mastery of the offense, trusting his receivers, getting the ball out quicker with anticipation, hitting receivers even before they break at the top of their routes. If all those things are true, then I feel like, he may be heading in the right direction. Because to me, there's no other way that you can honestly look at it based off that information that has been given to you, not only by the beat reporter who watches practice every day, but the coach whose offense it is that he's running every day. You know what I mean? So for me, that's good enough for me to hang my hat on on hope, if you will.
Or at least identifying what you believe the trajectory could possibly be coming into the season. I mean, it sets up perfectly for a week 1 contest because we all know that the Bears secondary is sus.
Yeah.
So the Bears secondary is
Do they
sus.
still have Kevin Byard?
I
Oh, no, Kevin Byard went to the Titans, didn't
I think so. And then they just lost it. They
he?
just lost they safety.
Mm-hmm.
So there's plenty of things for Bears fans to focus on. Because you'll notice that the only time we talk about the Bears is when we spotlight our opponent.
Yeah, okay.
And I know,
Yeah.
spotlighting the opponent, but I think that it sets up perfectly for the week 1 contest. To see to do it, it's a barometer check to see where he's at.
Okay. Star Ski said if Panthers mess up the parlay week 1, don't go missing. Who you
I
talking
don't
to,
know.
Will? You talking to somebody in the
How
chat?
do he might be because there's
Okay. All
because
right. Okay.
we got a you got a podcast. I join whenever I can. So
Yeah. I don't I don't think I ever
yeah,
duck smoke a day in my life, so I don't know nothing about that.
yeah, I know.
Brad said I still saw where the receivers were having to come back to the ball. That shows one of Bryce's weaknesses in his arm. Okay. I've never argued about I've never argued against that point about him not having a strong arm. I've never argued against that.
It's
Matter of fact, I've said it
so
myself. He don't have the strongest arm. He don't have a strong arm. Okay.
right. So yeah,
What
and
does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Let me ask you that, Brad. Well, what does that mean in the scheme of things? Did Peyton Manning have a strong arm? I don't believe so.
no,
Um, did Joe Montana have a strong arm? Did Tom Brady have a strong arm? Did Drew
nope,
Brees have a strong
nope,
arm?
nope.
I don't think so. But yeah. Somehow those guys are Hall of Famers. Somehow those guys played 10, 12 plus years in the NFL. So
What's the what was the quote?
people kill me. People kill me with that conversation about arm strength. Like you got to have a howitzer on the end of your arm to be an NFL quarterback. You if you don't have no accuracy with the arm strength, if you don't know how to throw, a level 1, level 2, a level 3 ball with that arm strength, if you don't know how to throw with anticipation with that arm strength, like having an arm strength don't mean absolutely nothing.
Tim Tebow
Absolutely
had a
nothing.
cannon. Tim Tebow had a
Joe
cannon.
Joe Joe Milton probably has one of the strongest arms in the NFL right now, and he has never touched the field as a starter. When Joe Milton was coming out of Tennessee, all people talked about he got a cannon for an arm. He could throw 100 yards. What has that got him? Where has that got him right now?
Good
Nowhere.
facts.
So
So to
I
have that, I'm sorry, I didn't
go
mean to
ahead.
cut you off.
No, you good. You
I, I,
good.
I so just they make it seem like the NFL quarterback with the strongest arm is the best quarterback. That isn't true. You have to have enough to be able to deliver. We've seen Bryce put the ball out 40, 45 yards on time, on target. That's what is necessary in an NFL style offense. So to say, oh, he doesn't have a strong arm, those are all talking points that y'all gonna have to get over.
Yeah.
We're talking specifically the nuances of football, not just talking points around a specific one player.
Okay. Brad K5 said, "Don't think Bryce would ever be in the Hall of Fame." Okay, he probably won't be. I,
Well, that's
I,
I mean
I don't
that's
like
95% of all
what
players in the league.
what what do you want me to say to that? Like, okay,
Like,
I don't get it. I
what
swear
is
I
going
don't.
on?
And my evil twin brother Jermaine, you know what? I'm not gonna let you get me off my square this morning. Won't you support the show, man? Make a donation to the channel. That's what you can do. Instead of messing with me this morning, just make a donation to the channel. You like to throw it around on other channels. Show your brother some love this morning. I'm about to
Oh
say something.
man,
Well, I say
Shep,
I'm not gonna
hey
let him
Shep
get me
on
there.
one, man. Shep on
Yeah,
one
yeah,
today,
he on
dog.
one. Yeah, he on one. Uh, yeah, he
Oh
on
man.
one. Jay Live say you must be accurate with the football coupled with the high football IQ. That's facts, Jay Live. I ain't gonna mess with you
Uh-huh.
this morning since you are speaking good sense. Kenny with the emojis. All right. So we're gonna move on to my next one here. And so top 15 starter or top 10 difference maker. All right. Top 15 starter is somebody that has weekly stability, um, runs an efficient operation, limits the mistakes. Now, top 10 difference maker, you could say is someone that creates explosives, that has answers for the pressure, and elevates the offense. So when I excuse me, when I bring that up to you, Will, like a top 15 starter, because let me like I need some water. When I bring up top 10 difference maker, that was just, something just to throw up there because I don't believe Bryce is a top 10 difference maker. So let me just go ahead and just put that out there right now. So, try to beat the pundits to it. But I think he does have the opportunity to be a top 15 starter in this league. I do believe he has the ability if he do everything that we talked about earlier, um, starting with his consistency and how that can make everything else better. I think he can be eventually. I'm not saying that it can happen this year. I'm just saying like maybe 2 or 3 years from now, whatever the case may be, he could be a potentially a top 15 starter. When you think of a top 15 starter, Will, what you think of?
So I'm gonna be a little more bullish than you on the top 15 starter.
Okay.
I think he can be a top 15 starter this season. This season.
Okay.
Weekly stability,
All right.
third down efficiency, and limit the mistakes. If he do those things, he's a top
Yeah.
15 starter. I think he can do that this season. This season. Because most people got him hovering around 22. Some people got him 21. There are people who got him ranked 32 and stuff like that, but I don't
Excuse me.
I find those as outliers. Um, however, I believe that Bryce Young being a top 15 starter is within the art of the possible this season. Third year in the
Okay.
offensive system, the
Yeah.
coaches, the architect of the offense saying that he's mastery of it. Beat writes are saying that
Right.
he's throwing with anticipation. Can that come to life on Sunday? If all that come to life on Sunday, what makes him not a top 15 starter in this league? That would be my question to the chat in general. But you
Okay.
got super chat up there,
Well,
bro.
yeah, I see it. I'm gonna get
Okay.
to Eternal real. Well, let me go ahead and get to it. Eternal 252 with the 4.99 super chat. I appreciate it, my boy. He say, "Hey Bears fans, didn't Jaden Daniels beat y'all with a Hail Mary? I know y'all remember that arm, but we need plays 1 through 5 to get upfield and not 10 to 15." All right. Hey, Eternal, appreciate that super chat, man. Thank you for always supporting the content and tapping in. I greatly appreciate that. So that was to Bears fans. All right. But Will, let me just so I guess you could say playing a little devil's advocate about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um do you feel like being a top 15 starter or getting to that point, he has to elevate the offense and get them out of that rut that I call the bottom of being ranked in the bottom um half in the NFL as far as offense, where we have been consistently being for the past 3 to 4 years. I don't think we've been no higher than like 22, maybe 23 or something like that. So if he
Mm-hmm.
becomes a top 15 starter, would that not also mean that he's elevating the offense and get them top 20 or better?
So yes, he would be elevating the offense, but not elevating the offense to the makes of a top 10, top 7, top 5 QB. I think that those are two different things. I think
Okay.
he would be elevating the floor of the offense, not necessarily elevating the ceiling of the offense. If he's able to do these things to become a top 15 starter, I believe when you're a difference maker, you are
Mm-hmm.
not, the floor is set. The floor is going to be the floor is hard. It's hardened, but no one knows where that ceiling could be for your offense if the right tools are there and everything is working correctly. And I
Got
and
you.
I, I'll just use an example of Josh Allen for the Bills. The floor of the Bills offense is set. The ceiling could be a Super Bowl if
Right,
Josh
right.
Allen
I
has
get what
all
you're
of the
saying.
tools and resources around. That's what makes him a difference maker. What I am saying is a top 15 starter is where I think he could get to this season.
Right. I got you. I got what you're saying. So let's move over what creates contract value. So this my halftime report is what actually earns 200 million. All right.
Mhm.
What actually earns 200 million? All right, so facts first. Young's 2025 career highs were 3,011 passing yards, 23 passing touchdowns, 11 interceptions, a 63.6% completion rate, 6.3 yards per attempt, and an 87.8 rating in 16 starts. He produced genuine high leverage value. 6 of Carolina 8 wins included a young leg game winning drive, and his rating of 156.3 on fourth down passing rating led qualifying NFL quarterbacks. The overall profile was not top of market production. Carolina passing game remained low volume, and the weekly swings went too large. A 200 million total contract is also incomplete information. 4 years at 20 million means $50 million average. 5 years means $40 million average. The 2026 NFL salary cap is 301 million per club, up 22 million from 2025. So those averages equal roughly 16.6% and 13.3% of the current cap. Both contract structure changes the yearly cap charges, right? So the context, Carolina should pay for repeatable responsibilities. efficient early down operation, protection answers, third down conversions, red zone touchdowns, explosive plays without reckless turnovers, late game command, and the ability to keep the offense alive when the original structure fails. Quarterback scarcity pushes dependable starters into expensive contracts. Market value is not a league ranking and is not created by statistics alone. It is the price created by comparable deals, position scarcity, age, health, leverage, replacement costs, in the cap environment. Carolina still needs a football standard, but also has to understand what retaining or replacing Young will cost in the actual quarterback market. So that is what I was trying to explain to Mr. Miyagi and beefy brass knuckles the other day when it seemed like they want to kind of attack me and try to make it seem like it was just all about um statistic. You know how Nick do, like to just bring up the statistics. He's a numbers guy. I expect that. But like I was saying then, and I ain't feel like getting into it, there's more to it when you talk about extending any player, especially the quarterback, because that's going to be the highest paid player in the league year after year after year after year. So even if you don't believe that Bryce Young is worth 50, $55 million, that's cool. But the market is going to play a big part in dictating that. The market is going to play a big part in dictating that. Not production or stats or statistics alone, the market value, how it raises every year because the salary cap is raised every year. It's not raised by 1 or 2 or 3%. It's about 10 to 17, 18%, depending on what they want to do that year. I don't know what goes into it, but I do know
I know a little bit.
the market value goes up. Wait, hold on. You could tell us all about it. The market value goes up as the salary cap goes up. So these guys that's getting these big deals, they're not all getting them because they are worth it with their production. They are getting it because at that said moment, that's what the market value dictates. Am I right or am I wrong, Will?
You are
You can take
absolutely
it from
right.
here.
You're absolutely right. So to toe tap on the salary cap. So the NFL and the Players Association have an agreement. The Players Association is a union, and their
Mm-hmm.
agreement is 49% of the profits. I mean, 49% of the total that they brought in is to be paid to the players by salary every year. So that's gates, sales, jerseys, advertisement, TV contracts, everything. So at the end of each year, they count up the till. 49% of that is players' salary. And they divide that amongst the 32 teams. The rest of it
Mm-hmm.
go to the teams and the ownership groups. Okay. So
Right.
that's kind of how they determine the salary cap. So because NFL football is so popular, we buy all the merch, we go to all the games. I know I'm always in there buying a dang on $18 glizzy from David Tepper at the stadium, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, to this point of, and I'm gonna just use this as an example of quarterback market and the scarcity of quarterbacks. So it's supply and demand. Why are certain vehicles more expensive than other vehicles? It is because they make those
The
in limited
markup.
quantities. They make them in
Mm-hmm.
limited quantities and they can mark up the price because of what they do. For example, if there was a Hellcat on if there was 50 Hellcats on every car lot, the price of Hellcats will fall through the floor. because everybody would be able to get a Hellcat. Hellcats are there are scarcities. With that being said, NFL quarterbacks, a quarterback let me take this back. A person that can be a quarterback in the NFL and operate an NFL offense are very limited. And especially operating it at an efficient starter level makes it even more limited. So with that being said, every quarterback on an NFL roster doesn't mean that they can actually do what the starter does. So that quarterback scarcity is what almost every NFL team takes into equation when damn, you spend $20 on a throat rocket? Leave them glizzies alone. What is wrong with you, Eternal 252? um, but with that being said, supply and demand, productivity, and do you take a scratch off? Do you take a scratch off, which I call getting a quarterback in the draft, a scratch off ticket, and hope that that hits for you versus growing what you have internal. Now, back to the $200 million and the salary cap. If you look at NFL contracts, especially for quarterbacks, there may be a $50 million. They said that the total contract is $200 million, but it's the guaranteed money and how they push that money out over years and all that other stuff to minimize cap hits. It's very feasible to pay your quarterback $50 million based on the salary cap that we have today, based on the way contracts are written, and based on the projection of salary growth going from 2028 to 2030. So
what is wrong with
it's
Eternal,
feasible.
man?
I have no idea. I don't know. And the glizzy is about $13. So I was being sarcastic when I said $20.
He's still gonna say that's beyond inflation.
I know. No, I
Oh
know.
God. Yeah.
Yes.
Go
So,
ahead, Will.
but
I'm
I just
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
yeah. So going back to what would get him there, I think if he operates to your last chart, becoming a top 15 quarterback, you better lock him up.
Yeah.
You better lock him
So
up.
here's the case for paying market value. So if Bryce becomes a reliable, let's say, I'm just throwing a hypothetical out there. So y'all, everybody, hold your panties tight now. If he became a reliable 10 to 12, top 10 to 12 quarterback, maintains late game value, and carries a more explosive offense, a $200 million total deal may simply be normal franchise quarterback business. The Panthers will be paying for stability at the most important position, preserving continuity with Canales, and avoiding another quarterback reset. The price may look enormous, but the price of not having a quarterback can be greater. Draft capital, coaching turnover, wasted roster years, and a cycle of short-term answers, which we have witnessed that. We witnessed that during the Matt Rule era. The constant turnover at the quarterback position, like cause you still searching for your quote unquote franchise quarterback and paying more money to certain guys that probably wouldn't get that money elsewhere because you're still trying to out these recyclable quarterbacks, as we call them during that time. So when you finally get one and your head coach or your offensive coordinator has built has built that continuity with that quarterback, they're not going to be so easy to so ready to get rid of, say, a quarterback and start out over again. Because when you start over, you don't know what you're getting with the next quarterback. That's an unknown. You can assume or think what you may be getting, but you don't know exactly what you're getting. And if you believe in the quarterback that you have right now, why would you give up? Why would you give up and put yourself back into a reset market? Because now you're telling the team, I don't believe in this quarterback. I think it's time to move up. Let's blow it up and basically start all over again. Because that's basically what you'll be doing. You have some people that would say, well, the foundation is set to bring another quarterback in. Let me remind people that we thought that the year when Bryce was drafted. Y'all remember when Scott Fitterer said, "Oh, we just a quarterback away to getting this thing right." So then they brought in a head coach, an offensive coordinator that completely changed the scheme because he came with his own scheme, rightfully so. But he made changes that not only just affect the quarterback, but it affected the whole offense, right? So it ain't as easy as people make it out to be. And even if Dave Canales was to stay next year, say hypothetically they got rid of Bryce after this year and they say, you know what, we want to save some money. Let's go out and draft one of these rookie quarterbacks that's coming out because 2026, the 2027 draft class supposed to be so strong and so deep. So now we're gonna take our chance on one of these quarterbacks. Now, say said quarterback don't come in and work out. Who's to say that said quarterback is going to be any better than the quarterback that you had the previous year? You don't know that,
sir.
You just don't know.
Dare you? How dare you?
You know what I'm saying?
How
What?
dare you add facts bearing to the problem?
So, just like there's a case for the market value, there's also a case against paying for hope, right? So one good season after 3 uneven years would not erase the volatility. So if Carolina pays Bryce Young because it is afraid to start over, the organization could turn a developing quarterback into a cap ceiling. The right question is not can the Panthers survive with Bryce. A major extension asks whether they can build a championship level offense around his contract and whether he can create answers when cheaper quarterbacks will need more help, right? So, like the Panthers control the next 2 years of Bryce, this year and 2027. There is no rush for them to extend Bryce right now before the season, like some have put out there, and some people, I just say just put out there. I don't know if they really believe that. I'm under the belief that it will be after the season if they extend them. But let's just say they don't extend them after this season, and they say they need more proof, so we're gonna let them play out the 5th-year option. They can do that. But what also happens in that case is each year that you continue to wait, the market value goes up every year. And eventually you're going to have to end up paying the market value. So whether you do at the end of 2026 or at the end of 2027, there's going to be a price difference, especially if he continues to improve and his numbers reflect that at this year and next year. That creates better leverage for Bryce. You know what I'm saying? That creates better leverage for him when he go to the negotiating table. Now, if the opposite was to happen, then that would create more leverage for the team. But still, if you can sign, let's just throw a number out there. Say you can sign him for $40 million right now. I'm just throwing a number out there. Would you like to gamble and take the opportunity and say, okay, we could sign him for $40 million per year right now, or wait next year when that number may become $50 million, or the year after, the 5th-year option year, wait till after that year, now that number probably is more like $60 million. So there's a risk and reward in waiting or doing it early. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that's not going to change is the market value, because each year a quarterback is going to come in and reset the market. A wide receiver is going to come in and reset the market. We just seen Bijan Robinson reset the running back market. Just 3 to 5 years ago, the running backs looked like they couldn't even get more than $10 or $11 million. Now Bijan getting $25 million. Saquon Barkley getting $20 million. When the last time you thought that a defensive end was going to be getting over $40 million? Hello. When did we see? When did we think we were going to see receivers getting 35 to 40 million? When we thought we were going to see cornerbacks getting 30 million? Like, the market goes up every year, and those numbers are going to go up every year, whether you choose to believe it, choose to pay these guys early or not. Even with draft picks, it just started happening like 2 years ago, where the whole first round is like guaranteed, to the point now even the early second rounders are getting like 97, 98% of their contract guaranteed. They ain't never did that before. The market value and the salary cap dictates all of that happening. When the league makes more money, the players are going to make more money. Did I tell a lie, Will?
You ain't tell a lie. And thanks to us as fans, because we the one paying for all of this. We're the ones paying for all of this. So how do you think YouTube is able to afford to have dang the Sunday ticket? That's generating revenue. I know I got Sunday ticket because I want to be able to watch all the games.
Right.
And then the other thing that you got to understand, when you go and you do a quarterback reset, you think JC Horn want to stick around for a quarterback reset? Think Derek Brown want to stick around for a quarterback reset? You think Jalen Phillips want to stick around with that? Tedderall McMillan, then none of these guys are going to want to do that. So just because you don't think that the quarterback is the one that you like, or the one you think is the one that should be there, they believe, and I'm talking about the Carolina Panthers, believe that they are doing, that they have what they need in order to accomplish what they want to accomplish. So I get it. Everybody has their preference. I mean, my preference was Stroud, but I can literally see the value of having Bryce Young be your signal caller. I know, like, what's the guy named, the Nepo baby that be on Peacock, Phil Sims' son.
Nepo baby. Chris Sims.
Chris Sims. He's a Nepo baby, right? So Chris Sims, I mean, he is. I mean, but Phil Sims. Go
ahead.
Phil Sims has no respect for Bryce Young at all. None. Zero. None. And it shows in everything that he says about Bryce Young. That's fine. That's the reason why he's not a scout. That's the reason why he wanted to be a scout. He wanted to be a GM. He wanted to be all these things. He couldn't even be a quarterback. He couldn't even be a quarterback coach. Because he is a prognosticator, not somebody who analyzes NFL talent. So with that being
Right.
said, does a team, to your point, to try to land this plane, does a team go in the draft for a scratch off ticket, or do they go with the stock that they have in the market today? So to your point about salaries and salary cap, yesterday's prices won't be today's price.
Facts. Talk to him,
Everybody,
Will.
everybody lost their marbles at a $50 million quarterback. $50 million is now the average. You can get it for a little less,
Now the average.
maybe a little more. 2 years from now, $50 million won't be the average. Now you
And let,
trying
let me
to
let
now
me
you. I'm sorry.
let,
Go
let,
ahead.
let me
Go
let
ahead.
me let me just no, I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me just be clear about something because I saw somebody earlier in the comments said that the lowest starting quarterback is getting around 20 million. I don't know who that is, and it may be true, but when you talking about, and I'm not putting Bryce Young on anybody's level. I'm using the fact that he was the first overall pick because that has value. Whether people choose to believe it or not, it has value. First overall pick. He's looking to get a contract extension with the same team that drafted him, not the third team that he's played for or the fourth team that he's played for. That is totally different. So when people try to lump it in and compare him to Baker Mayfield or what Sam Darnold is doing, that is completely different because none of those guys got a contract extension with the team that drafted them. They got the contract that they got with the current team that they're playing for. Right? Took Sam Darnold a number of years to get to where he's at right now. Took Baker Mayfield, even though he had some success early on at Cleveland. For whatever reason, Cleveland didn't want to give him a contract extension, so they got rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
if Bryce gets a contract extension with the Panthers, he's going to be put on the plateau of, say, like Trevor Lawrence. Um, who else recently got a contract extension with the team that drafted him? Um, I know Trevor Lawrence did with Jacksonville,
Um,
and
I'm
we
trying to
can,
think.
we know what his first year, a couple years looked like in Jacksonville. They were not good. They were not good by no means. I'm not saying it was all his fault. I'm just saying as a whole, the team was not good. But
Mm-hmm.
he eventually got his contract extension with the Jaguars because the Jaguars value him. They don't care nothing about what the other 31 teams feel about you as a quarterback. What does the team that you currently play for feel about you at the quarterback position? And if they feel
Tua
like Bryce is
Tagovailoa.
somebody,
Tua. Tua.
yeah,
Tua Tagovailoa.
Tua got that, yeah, Tua got that one with Miami. Miami drafted
Right.
him, but it wasn't long after that till they was able to get out of the contract, and it wouldn't hurt them cap wise. They got rid of Tua, but he did get that contract, and the number that he
Mm-hmm.
got was over $50 million a year, and that was just a couple years ago. So just imagine when Bryce do um, get that contract extension if it's with the Panthers. Just say it's with the Panthers. That's why I believe Scott Fowler put that number out there at 200 million, whether it be 4 years or 5 years. It's going to be and that's just a starting point. That's not the
Right.
max of what he could possibly get. That will probably be the starting point. So when people say, "Oh, well, Spot Track says 37.1," okay, cool. Spot Track can say that, but I promise you, that's not what the NFL or the Panthers are thinking.
Or
Yeah,
what
go
Bryce
ahead,
Young
Will.
was signed for. Or what Bryce Young would even sign for.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but I mean, this is a very important conversation for us to have as a fan base prior to the start of the season. because this sets up what he's playing for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will tell you, the Carolina Panthers want to give him that. He's going to have to show them that he's worth that money. I hope that makes sense to everybody
Yeah.
when I say that, because the Carolina Panthers need Bryce Young to work out. The way they have set up the offense,
Yeah.
the way they have
Yeah.
invested in the defense, they need it to work.
Okay. 336 says, Tony, you're right about this being his draft team, but the problem is, Will, his value right now isn't 50. So that we're not saying that's what it is. 336 Cup, you probably came in late. We talked, the whole reason of today's discussion was based off the article that Scott Fowler wrote back on the 30th of July, when he was talking about what he witnessed from Bryce in training camp thus far, and how he felt like in his 32 years of covering the team, it's the best that he has seen from a quarterback for the Panthers. And he was talking about when it is time for the contract extension, based, like I said earlier, based on the current market value and the salary cap continuing to rise, whether you may feel or I feel or will feel that he's worth 50, that don't mean anything, because a lot of that, a lot of damn, a lot of that is going to be based on the current market value, not just production, not just based off statistic. That's going to play a part too, but the market value and the salary cap, all that is going to play a part. Um, other things will as well that we mentioned, we talked about earlier. But yeah, you probably are right in saying that Bryce ain't worth $50 million right now. You get no argument from me about that. But the salary cap and the market value is going to determine what he's actually worth. And the longer you continue to wait to sign him to a contract extension, the market value is going to continue to go up year after year, just like the salary cap continues to go up year after year. As much money as the league makes, the players will make. So you can say that a player is not worth XYZ. The market will always say otherwise. Trust and believe. They will always say otherwise.
Right.
Go ahead, Will.
And I just want to use this analogy. And 336, he's right. Should he get $50 million? That's not the right question to ask. The question to ask is this: you need to buy this car, and it doesn't matter the color, but you need this car, this make, this model, plus or minus 1 year. So you need a 2025 or 2026 BMW 5 Series, plus or minus 1 year. That's it. That's all you can buy.
Yeah.
The market value is the market value. I don't care where you look at across the United States. And oh, by the way, if you wait until 2027, now you need 27, 26, and the value went up. Just because you offer them people $35,000 for the car, when they say the car is worth 50, it doesn't matter what you think it's worth. It is what it is worth to the market.
Right.
That's what
Right.
we got to think about as Panther fans, unfortunately. And then it's also based on how you structure the contract. Do you load void years in there? Is it incentive laden? There's so
Protection.
many other,
Yeah.
for protection. There's outs in the contract. There's a lot of things that you would have to
Right.
look at as you're walking through that. And I think that, and the Carolina Panthers hasn't made, with this current front office staff, hasn't made bad money decisions as of yet.
Right.
So this is the conversation that has to be had.
Yeah.
And
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 so
I know.
go
So
ahead.
the last
My
thing I want to
bad.
say
My
about
bad.
the Tua thing, one last thing, I see a comment about the Tua thing, 1 year of production, yada yada yada. Couple of things with the Tua
Yeah.
production piece. I believe that Miami had an opportunity if they had continued to build the team correctly. I think that we're a better
Mm-hmm.
built team than Miami Dolphins built around Tua. And I'm talking about offense and defensively. I think that we're better. However, also you have to also take into account that if you do a quarterback reset, everybody's going to want to jump off the ship and go other places. People demanding trades. You got this going on. You got people not wanting to renew, want to test the open market, all kinds of stuff. You are then
That's true.
resetting your entire franchise based off of the core working out. So that's the reason why the Carolina Panthers really require this quarterback to work out, because they have invested so much in this particular nucleus, and he's the centerpiece of that nucleus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Um, Jeff R6599 said, "Good morning, fellas." Said Tony, I think the issue is that the organization is 100% sure that Bryce is the guy. They aren't convinced. What y'all think? Issue that I'm sorry, that the organization isn't 100% sure that Bryce is the guy. They aren't convinced. What y'all think? Go ahead, Will. I'll let you answer that one first. You on mute, Will, if you're saying something.
Oh, I was talking to Jeff. You are right. Yeah, Jeff. Jeff is right. They have said we want this to play out. We want to see where he stands. And I think that the guy who runs the cap says specifically, we don't know where Bryce Young's ceiling is. And they didn't say that Bryce Young was terrible. They just said that they need to, basically what he was saying in there, I require more evidence so that I can make a more suitable offer to the quarterback. So you also got to
Right.
think about this, Jeff. If they were to slide $35 million contract in front of Bryce Young and his uh
Team.
representative, in front of his representatives, it would be like slapping that quarterback in the face. And do you really want to do that going into the season? You don't want to do that. So there's a
Right.
delicate balance of that. So I think Jeff has a valid point. The organization has said specifically that, you know, they like Bryce, they like where he's headed, they want to see what the projection is as they move forward, and they want more evidence. I wouldn't say that they aren't convinced. What they want to do is validate what they believe the answer is.
Okay. I got you. Major Key said nobody is really convinced yet. We want Bryce to be the guy because let's face it, nobody wants to start over at QB again. Plus, we still have other needs to fill that's easier if he is the guy. Talk to him, Keys. Talk to him,
Hey, hey,
Keys.
hey, Keys
I
putting
couldn't have said
facts
it
on
any
top of
better.
facts. Thank you, Keys.
Yeah. Yeah. It is it's not as simple as people make it out to be. You know what I'm saying? And you can chalk it up to just saying that they don't know the ins and outs or understand the ins and out. I mean, that's cool. That's all well and good. Um, I try to give people as much information to help them out. I don't know everything. I go and I research information every day. Because I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know everything, but I like to get as much information as possible to help, give me a better informed, make better informed decisions when I do talk about things. You know what I'm saying? But what you just said, Keys, that I mean that's spot on. To put it in a nutshell, that is spot on. Cause you gotta look at, and Will has said this multiple times today. You have to look at the trickle down effect that it will that the Panthers um have to deal with if they got rid of Bryce. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have people wanting to jump ship, trade it, people, possible free agents not wanting to come and play for Carolina because it's gonna be looked at as you're not stable as an organization. When you don't have a franchise quarterback or a quarterback that you believe in, period, you would tend to be looked at as if your organization is either not stable or they're not serious about trying to win. And these older veterans like Devin Lloyd, Jalen Phillips, Derek Brown, Taylor Moton, guys like that, these vets, they want to win. They want to win. So they want to be around an organization that has a quarterback that they feel like gives them an opportunity to win. Yeah. So yeah, again, it's not as easy as people think. But Eternal said if he get 50 or plus, everyone going to want his agent for their contract negotiation, just like Puka Nakua signing Zay Flowers' agent. Yeah, I know he just switched to a new agent like a day or two ago. Okay, Eternal.
Yeah, but can I add to this
336.
eternal comment? This eternal
Yeah, go
comment,
ahead.
50 plus is the league average. That's the part that we all got to wrap our brain around. 50
Mhm.
is the league average. I know that we feel that he's worth 37 or 36 or whatever we think it is. You got to start thinking about the market price for a starting NFL quarterback. Now, if he got 60 million, everybody gonna want his damn agent. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want his agent. I want his agent.
Hell yeah, I want to help me negotiate my next contract with my job. But you get what
Yeah.
I'm saying, right? So I just wanted to say that. But go ahead, go to the next comment. I'm sorry.
No, that was it. 336 had up. He said guarantee money matters. I agree. I would just hate to see the team set back if he just mid long term, just to sign the
Hmm.
guy that's in the building.
Right.
Mm. How you feel about that, Will?
Um, whatever he defining as mid, I'd have to, 336. I'd have to find out what he mean by mid. But if you're paying
Yeah.
$50 million for a top 12 quarterback, top 15, north of top 15, top 12 quarterback, that's the market value. All the other pieces around it leads you to championship row, deep playoff runs, that type stuff. You do not have to have a top five quarterback for a deep playoff run. You
Yeah.
can win a Super Bowl without it. I just wanted to say that.
Jeff said I think they want to keep him. That's not the issue. The issue is the money. They don't feel like he's worth 50 million plus. Well, I can't say they feel like that because I haven't heard anyone say that he's not worth X amount of dollars. I don't. Matter of fact, it's not. I don't think. I have not heard Dave Canales, Dan Morgan, Brant Tillis, or Brad is anybody to come out in the Panther organization and say that he's not worth X amount of dollars. So yeah, you you want to respond, Will?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Um, no one has said that. I think they want him to validate that he's worth whatever the market value is. They want that validated.
Yeah. Now that part is true. That part is true. I do believe they want him to validate what the market value is going to be at the time they present him with an extension, because it's going to play a part in it. Where you gonna max
Right.
out the market value, or you gonna get the low end of the market value, or somewhere in between. But what cannot be denied is the market value goes up every single contract, along with every year that the salary cap goes up. That's just something that's just going to happen. It's inevitable right now, and it's not going to slow down, and it's not going to stop. So these players understand that. They agents understand that. They understand that as long as the NFL keep making more money, they going to make more money because it's part of the collective bargaining agreement. They make a certain percentage that's allocated to the players, as much as there's a certain percentage that's allocated to the league. And when that money goes up, their money goes up. And that's just how it is. Um, so real quick, it said Young's 2025 numbers tell two different stories. The traditional volume, 3,011 yards and 23 touchdowns. That's modest compared with top tier passers. The situational value, 6 game winning drives and league leading fourth down efficiency. That's much stronger. So, see, when you just talk about those two things, that's how leverage changes hands. That's how leverage changes hands. That's how leverage can either benefit you
Uh,
or hurt you. You know what I'm saying?
yep.
Yeah. You may say, well, I want to give you 35 million based on you only threw 3,000 yards and 23 touchdowns. But then on the other hand, you could say, aha, I think I'm worth 45, because how many quarterbacks um leading in fourth down efficiency and had 6 game winning drives? So now you got 35 or 45. So there's a balance. So now you got to try to find somewhere to meet in the middle based on
hmm
those two numbers that was thrown out. It's called negotiating.
And then they start
Negotiating your
throwing, and then
price.
exactly, and then I can throw in two examples for either other side that is not directly related to Bryce's numbers. The the Carolina Panthers can say, hey, so we haven't seen the consistency out of you, but one season, and then Bryce Young team can go back and say, yeah, you're right. You haven't seen the consistency out of me. But also, I played with the league's worst NFL run defensive team. So I had barely had time to be on the field in one of those years. And then, oh, by the way, in my game, I had the game one, but we couldn't stop a drive. My quarterback had the game one. You couldn't stop a drive.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all of the delicate dances that are happening behind the scenes. And this is the reason why players allow their representatives to talk to the team, and then the contract gets hammered out because feelings get hurt in negotiations. If you've ever had to negotiate your own salary about your value and what you think you value yourself at and
Yeah.
what people think you value yourself at, you are going to have, it's going to get chippy and feelings are going to get bruised.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah, it
Will,
happens. Mhm.
explain this to 3336. He said, "Are you required to pay market value if the player is under league average as far as production?"
Um,
I
so,
I'm gonna let you have that one.
okay. So the answer to the question is twofold. We've already talked about QB scarcity, which is considered the market inventory. How many quarterbacks are out there that can actually do this work? Whether the production is slightly below average or slightly above average, it's the QB scarcity of the market. So to answer that question is, if you believe that that quarterback can operate your offense and you don't believe that the productivity was there, the lowest the best that you can hope for as a team is, if you want to pay that player, is the low end of the market value. It would be like buying a car with a lot of miles on it. You bought the same year. You bought the year that you wanted it in. You bought the car you wanted, but you had to get the car with high miles. So you paid a little less money than everybody else paid. So yes, the answer to that question, unfortunately, in business, the answer to that question, 336, is yes.
Yeah. Hey, I dropped the link. So 336, if you want to come on up and have a conversation about it, you're more than welcome to hit the panel. Anybody else that feel like they want to hit the link and join the conversation, the link is definitely in the chat. Okay. Let's see what time. I mean, my lamb and black eyed peas for tonight. I'm ready. I want to see Will leads the key and these trash ass linebackers. Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Well, what about
So yeah,
development,
man.
Eternal?
So we've been saying for the past 20 or 30 minutes, we're not saying exactly what the market value is. We're not saying that Bryce Young is going to get exactly what the market value is, because we don't know what exactly the market value is. I think the starting point, what we have alluded to since we've been talking about this, is based on what the last 5 quarterbacks that I have seen get an extension. It's had
Mhm.
at least been 50 million or better. And we're talking about teams, quarterbacks that are getting these extensions from the teams that drafted them, right? Teams that they have been
Mhm.
with for so long, or whatever the case may be, whatever the case may be. Just like any other position in the league, whether you have been with that team 4 years or 10 years, the market value goes up for each position every year.
Right.
Every year. Every time
Mhm.
somebody signs a new contract or extension, they are resetting the market in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Again, whether you believe that player is worth X amount of dollars doesn't mean that they're not going to get more than what you believe that they are worth. Again, I don't believe Bryce Young is worth $50 million right now. Does that mean he's not going to get that? Absolutely not.
There you
Because what
go.
I may think
There you go.
what I may think or what I believe has nothing to do with the market value and what the Panthers are willing to pay. I can
There
sit here
you
all day long and say I don't think he's worth $50 million. That don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. That is a as you say, Will, that's like empty calories. You know what I'm
right.
saying? I'm just trying to get people to understand why the NFL and why these owners and why these teams make the decisions that they make and what they base it off of. It's not my own opinion.
Mhm.
It's not Will's own opinion. We just understand how the business is done on the other side. That's all it is.
Right. And to
Yeah.
Papa's point, he said it's messed up, Will, if that's the fact. Well, I'm sorry, business is the way it is. And I've said this is the third day in business. If you want a friend, get a fucking dog. Get a dog. If you want, I am sorry, it is business. And so you ever heard players, when players be saying that stuff all the time, man, it's a business. Just like Mike Jack said, I want Mike Jack here in Carolina uniform. He wants to be here in the Carolina uniform. But just like Mike Jack said,
the Look who popped in, Will. Mr.
Who?
Miyagi himself. Mr. Miyagi himself, Mr. 2020. I want to let him
Oh
know he is
shit!
the reason. He is the reason for today's conversation. Him and
Hey,
Beefy Brass Knuckles try to get at me the other night. You know what I'm saying? Try to tell me market value don't mean nothing. And Nick with his statistical ass bringing up nothing but stats. I ain't even feel like
yeah,
arguing with him. I was like, you know what? They can have it. But yeah,
right.
this conversation was sparked just for you, 2020, and your bodyguard, Nick Gaskins. I was hoping his ass would pop up today too. I'm gonna let
Hey,
him
hey,
have it
hey,
too.
hey, 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 ease
Yeah.
up off my boy. That's my dog right there. That's my
I
dog.
will
And you,
not.
hey, hey,
I will
hey, hey,
not. He would try.
he can't,
Hey, Will.
he can't, huh?
He was trying. He was trying to start shit with me the other night, and I ain't feel like arguing. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let him Nick have it. That's okay. That's all
Hey,
right.
hey,
But I
hey,
had
hey,
something for their
hey,
ass today though.
you can't, y'all can do no wrong in my wife's eyes. So I got to stand down, dog. I got to stand down. I had to stand down. Hey,
Hey,
but,
but go ahead. Hey, appreciate you.
but,
Appreciate you for tapping in, my dude. Hit that like button
yeah.
too while you at it, since you ain't bringing nigga no coffee this morning. Don't think I ain't forgot. Go ahead.
But I'm glad that we're having this nuanced conversations around the business around quarterbacking in the NFL. This conversation is half about the business of paying a quarterback and half about the productivity of the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very common thing that gets missed, I think, in the NFL. And 336 just based off of production. That is not the only factors in building out a person's salary.
Yeah.
It just doesn't
He
work
he
that way.
he he 336 knows that. He know that. He basically
Yeah.
just trolling because he ain't got shit else to do at work right now.
I
He know
know.
that.
I know. Instead of him, he click
He know
clacking on
that.
his keyboard instead of earning his stripes at work. Here I
Yeah.
am taking a day. I'm off this week talking shit to 336 while that man working. Yeah.
What did he say?
Um.
He said Bryce getting 50 plus right now changes the QB market to me. Well, again, I don't believe that he's going to get extended before the season. I've never believed that. I do believe that he has a strong possibility that it will happen after this season.
Mhm.
If the season goes like Bryce believes is going to go, or like I believe it will go, or Dave Canales, you know what I'm saying? You can easily see the value going up. And like again,
Right.
I talk about the market value. We've been talking about the contract value, like it says right here on the screen. When you talk about the production, the QB scarcity that's in the league, meaning few reliable starters. When you talk about comparable deals, how the market sets the range, the salary cap, the AAV, the annual average value, the guarantees, the cap number, all that plays into this. And again, I say this again, as long as the NFL is making more money, the salary cap goes up, these players are going to make more money. So whether you
Hmm.
believe that said player is worth 50 million or 40 million or whatever the number it is, the market is going to tell you something different. I can't wait for it to happen. I can't wait for it to happen. I can't wait till we get to revisit this conversation, because I want to hear what everybody has to say then
What
when
this
it happens.
want me to help want me to give you a preview?
Yeah,
We're never gonna win anything. We're gonna have to cut players. The worst thing in the world has happened. The sky is
yeah.
falling. All of that stuff gonna happen. Right. And and I believe, and I think that, and I think that, um, oh, what's the salary cap guy name? Oh
Or
my
Brent
gosh,
Tillis?
Brent
Brent
Tillis.
Tillis.
Brent Till, Brent Tillis basically said in his discussion, Brent Tillis basically said this: somebody getting that money. The money is there to pay a
Mm-hmm.
quarterback. He didn't say Bryce was getting it. He basically said, I'm planning 2 years out, 2 to 3 years out. So in Brent Tillis' mind, he's operating in 2028.
Right.
2027
He said
salary
that.
is already
Yeah.
configured. So
Yeah.
and I believe that's where a lot of NFL teams, when when we only had our GM managing the salary cap, that was bad recipe for us. We was in
Right.
cap hell because we had a non-financial analytic emotional guy analyzing everything. So Dave David Tepper put into place to have Dan Morgan not only be able to make decisions on talent, but have a cap guy help him understand what he need to be paying for talent. And if he pay this, here's the second, third order effects down the line years later. As he walked through this, those are the decisions that he has to make. That's what makes sense to him. I
Yeah.
believe that whatever the money to pay a quarterback, whether it's Bryce Young or not, is available in the 2027 salary cap budget.
So Papa says, Will, Brett may not even be here next year, but I do agree with you on that. They have the money. It's already been stashed for QB. All right.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
But
So
the
let's
only thing I
go.
would say to you,
Oh, go
Poppin,
ahead.
only thing I would say to you, Poppin, is Brent Tillis is what you call future ops. So Brent Tillis has already planned out the
Mm-hmm.
salary cap from to 2028 to 2029. So
Yeah.
with that being said, if he was to get a job as a GM at the end of this season and he goes somewhere else, the format of how they are going to manage the cap and the numbers are already set in stone for 2028
Yeah.
and 2029.
Yeah.
We just have to find somebody to pick up that mantle.
So let me ask everybody in the chat, all right, real quick. Um, would you pay 200 million for a top 15 quarterback play? Or does that price require top 10 proof?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Would you pay 200 million for top 15 quarterback play? Or does that price require top 10 proof? So y'all answer that for me in the chat. And look, we've been here 3 hours now. There's 104, 105 people watching between two platforms and Twitter. I appreciate the love and support. And thank you guys for tuning in. If you are enjoying the debate, the conversation, enjoying the vibes and the energy that the morning kickoff has brought to you this morning, I would greatly appreciate it if you would show love to the show. The QR code here is in the top right. You can scan that QR code, show support to the show. There's also a pinned comment in the YouTube chat at the top that has my PayPal link. So again, my daily goal is $25. I would greatly appreciate it. Not trying to pay rent or a car note or whatever. Just $25 that will go a long way into helping me improve the channel and continue to bring you guys a great show each and every morning, which is Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern time. I greatly appreciate it. And if you do leave something through the PayPal, make sure you let me know in the chat so I can properly shout you out. I'm not going to announce your full government name on the channel. So if you do leave something through PayPal, once again, just let me know in the chat, and I will definitely shout you out for that. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Will. Would you even say something?
No, no, I wasn't going to say anything. I was just reading some of the comments on your question to the chat.
Okay.
I'll pay, if you would pay $200 million for a top 15 versus a top 10 guy. I'll just read some of the
Let's
comments.
see what they say. Uh Papa said, absolutely will. That was his clone up there talking to us. LOL, he's already 2 years ahead. he talking about he talking about Brent Tillis.
Yeah, you're right,
Gerald
Poppin.
Sticks Jones said, yep, show him the money. All right, Jones. I mean Gerald, appreciate that. Uh AJ Brooks 9086 said, you think Brent is going to be the highest paid cap guy? You are crazy. No, nobody said that. Tepper will not let him leave without an offer that is greater than what is on the table. I believe that. Tepper got the money to keep him. He already when he hired him the first time gave him a higher position, I guess you could say, as far as um what's the word I'm looking for? A title, that he didn't have in Kansas City. So I mean,
Yeah,
to lure him away from Kansas City to bring him to Carolina, and when they are beginning to rebuild, yeah, I would not put it past David Tepper to pay whatever it needs to be paid to get his guy. So whatever he has to do, I wouldn't be tripping.
the only
Blackout
way
said,
that he will be leaving, the only way he'll be leaving is if he become a GM somewhere.
okay. Eternal said, I'll pay 200 million for top 10, not 15. Okay, Eternal. Charles Xavier said top 10 gets 200 million, not number 20 to 15. Bryce Young. All right, Charles. Appreciate that. Tar Heel said Bryce gonna be a top 10 this year. All right, appreciate that, Tar Heel. Papa said, are you saying Brent, who's already got money, won't leave to be the man of his own team? Isn't possible? Yeah, he's talking to AJ Brooks. Roadmaster say if he ain't top 10 with all these weapons, he just ain't got it. All right, Roadmaster. 336 says Tepper can enter a bidding war with anyone in the league. That is facts.
That
That
is
is facts.
absolutely facts.
Panthros 7496 said I'd like to pay 940 million now and be able to afford a good defense for the next 5 years. We wait now will cost 50 to 60 per year because he will ball this year. Well, that's a strong possibility. That
That's
is
the
definitely a
risk you
strong
take.
possibility. That is the risk. Exactly. That's the risk you take. Uh I said every last one of you in in the chat will pay because Bryce will win 12 games and he throws 4K and 30 plus tutties. Hey, from your mouth to
Ooh.
God ears.
Hey,
From your
hey,
mouth to God
I promise
ears.
you, 336. Oh my dissertation
Popping.
for you will be terrible.
You
Oh,
might as well throw Popping in there too. I think Popping needs to get in on that bet.
no, 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 no. I
Eh,
three three
or just
six.
336 specifically.
336 is like my kid brother. That you gonna prove him
Yeah.
wrong. We've been eating cereal at the breakfast table every morning, and he been talking shit every morning at the breakfast table. And my dad getting ready to get us dressed to go to school. But y'all say, boy, when we get in this class, when we get in this hallway, I'm gonna eat your goddamn lunch. But daddy been watching. Cause you know, ooh, I can't wait.
Papa said, "What bet?"
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
that's Will and 336 bet. So I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Hmm. Hmm.
Milo the Great said the difference between the 10th QB and 15th QB is literally minimal. That's facts.
That is true.
Eternal said Bryce throws for 4K, Poppin and Charlie going to be pissed. Yeah, they're gonna be upset. I'll
And that would be
bet Bryce
crazy.
don't throw for 4K. Okay, Roadmaster.
Yeah.
What you say, Will?
Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is this. If he is successful this season, the way we think he'll be successful, I mean, if you're upset about it, if you open your mouth and say, well, he got to prove it to me again, nobody don't want to hear your mouth. Nobody
Right.
gives a damn what
Right.
you say. So go ahead and save that. Do it next year, and then I'll see. Ain't nobody got time for you, dog. Get somewhere and sit down.
Yeah.
I just want to go ahead. I just want to go ahead and say that right now.
Okay. All right. Let's see what I still don't know what these damn jewels mean. At 313 Martin with the super chat gift with the 1,000 jewels air travel. Hey, I appreciate that. 313 Martin, appreciate that super chat gift. This is my first time seeing you, I believe. So I know you were watching through Carolina Armchair GM CJ channel. That's how you was able to send a super chat. But if you do me a favor, open up another browser, go to youtube.com /@UO Sports Talk, which is my channel, Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. Subscribe, turn the post notification bell, select all. So when I do go live, which is Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, I would greatly appreciate it and hope to see more of you, my guy. All right. So thank you.
Hey, hey,
Mello
hey,
the work. Go ahead.
hey, can you put your channel in CJ's chat so people can just click the link and go to and it'll bring up your YouTube feed so they can just go there and subscribe?
Put it in his chat. What do you mean?
Yeah, you like put the link, like you could put your YouTube feed link in his chat, your YouTube
Yeah,
UB Sports, whatever you just said. Put it that people can just
I
click
can't.
on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't specifically put it in his chat, but what I can
Oh,
do, let me put the link in the I could put it in the StreamYard chat. So everybody that's watching through StreamYard, you should be able to access it from my channel or from CJ channel. So I just put the
okay.
link to my YouTube
There it
channel
is.
uh on in the chat. So if you haven't, again, if you haven't already subscribed, do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. Turn the post notification bell, select all, so you'll be made aware again when I do go live. And it's 5 days a week, 7 a.m. Eastern time. I would greatly appreciate that. So now we're talking about pay after 2026 or use the option year. So pay after 2026, I mean this upcoming season, you beat the market and there's a price certainty, right? But if you use the 2027 option and wait till after that season and you're going to demand repeat proof. So whatever he does this year and you hope that it's better than last year, you want to see it again, right?
Hmm.
Performance certainty as well when it comes to that. But again, like we've been talking about, the longer you wait, and if his trajectory continues to go up, that's more leverage for him, and then the price goes higher. So those are the options that the Panthers are going to face by waiting, after this year, or then if they wait again after 2027. So these are answers. These are things that's going to come up. That's going to be talked about. I'm willing to bet that after this year, they're gonna have maybe some type of conversation with Bryce and his team about what they think the direction of the team is going, how they feel about him. Bryce is probably going to let them know how he feels about the team, the coaching, the city, whatever. I don't know exactly, but I believe just some type of conversation is going to be had more or less after the 2026 season. And I hope something gets done after this year as opposed to waiting after 2027 because that's his 5th-year option. Now they can franchise tag him and they can get him for a 3rd year. You know what I'm saying? That's another option. But Will, what you think? What you think about after 2026 or use the option year?
So it's best if he, okay, yes, pay him after the 2026 season. And here's why.
Okay.
The 2027 year is only benefits Bryce Young. It only benefits Bryce Young. And here's the reason why. You've already picked it up. So he's already going to get that 20 some odd million dollars guaranteed, whatever that number is. He's going to get that anyway. Period. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Bryce Young doesn't do well in 2026. You got to make him, you got it for 2027 anyway. So he's going to have
Right.
to repeat it. If he does well in 2026 and you don't pay him and then he does better or the same in 2027, now you're going to pay him more than if you didn't pay him in 2026. You would be negotiating against yourself if you're the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
And then you would be
Yeah.
then and then if you use the franchise tag, you'll be entering Jerry Jones stupidity-esque territory.
How did I know you was gonna bring that up?
Because that's exactly what you would be doing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you are smart about this and he shows you what you need to see, you you validate, you build the salary, you give him the salary, you continue to move on. And watch
Mm-hmm.
336 of them guys crash out. 336
336
popping all them
crashing out.
boys. Oh, them
Crashing
boys
out.
crash out. Crash out.
Yeah. No. I know how to make Pop and crash out. That conversation gonna come up before week 1.
Oh,
Don't you
okay.
worry.
Okay. All
Don't you
right.
worry. Well, okay. Popping in Roadmaster. Got a side hustle going on. I don't know what's going on. All right.
Will a big
Oh,
baller,
he
he
said
ain't
Will.
going big baller ain't about losing no little hundo. What are you talking about?
Oh, something that they were betting, and then I guess there was a
Oh, I got sucked into
miscommunication.
it. Oh.
Yeah, Roadmaster tried to suck you in. Yeah, pretty
Oh yeah,
much.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
I got my bets on the table for this year for different players and different reasons.
okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Now that I have witnessed you made a couple of bets out there. Couple of bets. All right. So
Man, Commander 336,
um
you ain't got no patience of Job. You get somewhere and sit down. Running my light bill up with that bullshit, man. Oh man.
oh man. Don't let them get to you, Will.
No sweat. I swear for God.
J Hud said pause. oh man. So I give it's just Gray official said I give him 3-year 120 million guarantee and 4th-year option for team to pick up and add some incentives for playoffs season
I like.
yardage.
Can you go back to that comment about Baker Mayfield top 10 and Aaron Rodgers?
Where that's at?
You had it up.
Milo right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
What he was
So
talking about?
he was talking about, yeah. So check this out. That's a good point there. So
Yeah.
if you got a quarterback that throw for 3,500 yards, that means you're a top 12 quarterback.
Mm. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's an important point.
So
So I just wanted to throw that out. I just wanted
that's
people to see the numbers. And that's in
yeah.
passing yards. That's just in the passing yards category.
Yeah. So what do you think about all the people that say that Bryce need to at least throw for 3,800 or 4,000 yards before they can take him serious or feel any different about him than what they feel right now? When you just said like 36, almost 3,700 yards has Baker 10th in the league, because a lot of people they base it on off of how many yards the quarterback has thrown. So if
You don't do
Bryce
that.
Mm-hmm.
throws for 36, if he throws for 3,600 yards, does that make him a top 10 quarterback?
I say this is that is one of the metrics that would make him a top 10 quarterback or whatever the case may be. There's other things that would go
Yeah.
into that. But what I will say is this is that just go to show when you put the numbers, you say you have to throw for 4,000 yards. They make it seem like 4,000 yards is the average. That goes to show you that
Mm-hmm.
they actually don't look at stats. They place unrealistic expectations. I tell you what, get your lazy fat ass out there and run an 8-minute mile.
Damn, Will.
Every average human should be able to do that, right?
Oh, you know they can't do that, Will. Come on now.
What's happening?
Hey.
What's happening? The real HHT Entertainment. I think this
Yeah,
is
I
this
just
is
read.
first time. This is
Yeah,
your
yeah,
first
it's my
time
first
being
time
up
on
on the
this
panel,
show.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
But I be listening to your show every morning though.
I appreciate that, my guy. I appreciate that. What's on
Yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
mind? Talk to me.
Oh no, since y'all was talking about the with the yards, I think there's like some context with that. Like, I mean, I don't think he got
Okay.
to throw for no 38, 4,000 yards. You know, if he throws for 35, but the touchdowns is like 30, that's a very good season. You know what I'm saying? But if you're throwing for
I
like
agree.
31, 3,200 yards and you're only throwing 22, 23 touchdowns, then, that's a different story. So I think what people want to see is more. I know 31, what would he do? 3,011 yards. Jumping to
Yeah.
4,000 to me is not realistic. It's just, I mean, if it happened, hey,
Right.
great.
Me neither.
But but if you can get to 35, and let's say you go from 23 touchdowns to 28, 29, that's some significant, improvement. So that's kind of where I see it. But when people say 4,000 yards, I'm like, come on, man, that's not happening. It'd be great, but the offense would have to completely change
Right.
for that.
Will, what you think about what HHT said?
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. And that goes to you're placing your expectations in the reality column and not, would I love for him to throw for 4,000 yards? Man, you wouldn't be able to smack a smile off my face if he did that. However, if he throw for 3,500 yards and 28 touchdowns, 28 tutties,
Yeah.
and less than half of that and less than 15 interceptions, let's say he throw for interceptions or something like that, what's that is that's a different story. And you better cut the line right there and pay that man what is the market value right now, because it only goes north from there.
Yeah. Yeah. That is true. That is true. That both of you guys brought up excellent points. Well, HHT, you definitely brought up a good point, and I co-sign I co-sign with both you and Will said. Yeah, I definitely agree on that. So I apologize that for some reason I felt like I just got a little tongue tied. Didn't sound right. All right.
So do you think
Um
team success is included with that? Because quarterbacks can
it
have good years
can.
and not win.
Yeah, and see, and that's the unfortunate part of it, because it seems like not all QBs get measured on the same scale. You know what I mean? Um, you know, for the quarterback, they, in my opinion, unfairly get judged based off of just wins and losses. Because it's like if they win, they gonna get the credit, but if they lose, they gonna get the credit. It's like nobody says no. It's like nobody realizes that football is the ultimate team sport, right? So you got to have offense, special teams, and offense, defense, and special team factors into that. But because the quarterback plays such a polarizing position, in the most demanding position in all of sports, rightfully so, they get held to a different standard. They are expected to do more than than any other position. But I don't think like they should just be solely judged based on their numbers. Let's just go back just a few years ago when Joe Burrow threw for over 5,000 yards and like 40 something touchdowns, and the Bengals only went 5-12. But you didn't hear too many people saying that the Bengals went 5-12. They just talked about how good of a year that Joe Brady had. You know what I'm saying? So are you a team first guy and look at everybody's stats, or are you just a me first guy and just look at individual stats, and you just going to reward the quarterback based off individual stats? So it's different ways that I think people look at it for each team, because not all 32 teams evaluate their quarterback position the same. Now, I'm not speaking like I know, because I don't know, but I would go out on a limb and say everybody evaluation is just a little bit different. It's not one all be all evaluation type thing, if that answers your question. HHT, did that
Yeah,
answer your
yeah. My
question?
bad. I was grab my breakfast. No, I think
Oh,
as long as you're not the reason as a quarterback that you're losing, like everybody can look at that Bengals team and tell, all right, the quarterback ain't the problem, right? But when you look at like Jameis
right,
Winston when he's with the Bucks, yeah, he was throwing for 5,000 yards, but he was also throwing for 30 interceptions, right? So they knew the quarterback was the
right.
issue. That's why they switched him out. Tom Brady goes there,
Okay.
they start winning, right? So if he comes out and has the numbers, but the wins are not really there, that means there's got to be another reason, right? So you really can't put the blame on him. So it just depends. But like you said, every team values their quarterback differently. So I agree with
Popping
you on that one.
336 for blame. Popping 336 for blame, Bryce. You better believe that.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, no, I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, look at the games. Like, right, if we like remember that year Teddy Bridgewater was the quarterback, and
Uh-huh.
we only won 5 games, but we like lost all those games by like single digits, and like we were in all of those
Mm-hmm.
games. You really couldn't sit there and be like, all right, we got a problem finishing, but you know the team isn't as bad as what the record is. You just got to kind of look at it that way.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, let me ask you this, HHT. Just looking back off of Bryce season last year. So
Mm-hmm.
we finished with, so the games he played, he was 8-8, right? So
Yeah,
that one game against Buffalo, that's Andy Dalton's.
they don't count.
But
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
Bryce, yeah, just Bryce 8-8. So when you just look at his record, how would you judge him based off his record alone as the quarterback? Would you say that the games that we lost was on him, or
Mm-hmm.
the game? How many games did the Panthers lose last year? Would you say was on Bryce, and how many games did they win last year? Would you say was on Bryce?
Well, I could just name I can't think of the number off the top of my head, but like I can name a few
Right,
games. Obviously, the first two, Bryce did not play well. Like his play led to those losses. Yeah, in that Cardinals game, kind of picked it up in the second half, but I would think he was like the kind of almost like the sole reason, but a good reason why we lost that game. Obviously, that 49ers
Okay.
game, the defense played, great. We just didn't score any points. But I would say some of the losses, like, the one that was in New Orleans, we played well enough to win that game, but I felt like we just didn't separate ourselves in that second half. That could be the play calling, those dumb penalties or whatever like that. But I think his record basically meshes up with his numbers. His numbers were average to, slightly below average. His record was average. So, I mean, I'm not really shocked there.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, what you think, Will? I've never asked that question to anyone before. That just popped up. But
Yeah.
what would you say? What would you say? The number of wins to the number of losses you feel like Bryce contributed to.
So I agree with everything HHT said. I'd like to add
Mm-hmm.
about the New Orleans game. We had that game won in New Orleans, and I don't know what it was that called. I mean, we had that game won, and we let it slip away. I will always say this about the Tampa game in Tampa. We left it into the officials' hands. We didn't lose that game. That
Hey, Will,
game,
I completely
Mm-hmm.
agree with you right there. Mm.
right? That game still sticks into my claw because you have people right now saying, "Oh, they won, they 8-9, they won." If we would have just been fairly refereed, we would be a 9-8 team, and we would have won that game. I'd have been a hats and t-shirts game in Tampa.
Right.
Period. We would have swept Tampa. I mean, so I say that still going back to your point that you said in the middle of the pod, Bryce's consistency, the offense consistency will lead to better productivity, which will lead to more wins. Because to HHT point, that game that we lost to Arizona, if they would have came out and played like they played in the first half, the second half, they played in the first, it wouldn't have been, we would have won that game. Period. We would have beat New
Mm.
Orleans in New Orleans handily if we was more consistent. And if we were more consistent, we would have never left it to the umpires and the officiating hands the game that we lost in Tampa. And I'm still upset about it because I will tell you this, the Tampa fans was laughing because they was like, they are trying to the NFC South.
Oh, yeah, a real fan. Yeah, they saw it.
They was laughing. They was laughing. They was like, "Hey, man, because I was telling the guy sitting next to me, I was like, yeah, I love coming to Tampa because I love getting Cuban sandwiches." He was like, "Hey, man, go
Mm-hmm.
get you a Cubana, man. Go get you a Cubana. Hey, go down to Ybor City and smoke you a Cuban, baby. Y'all gonna lose this game. The refs is the fix is in, baby. The fix is in." I was like, "Oh, boy, I was so mad." Oh, you could, you know how much I'm a fanboy, Tony. Good God.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Well, I think that goes to. Oh, my bad.
Hold on 1 second, HHT. No, you good, but hold on 1 second. Quantum, what is happening, my brother?
What's up, Tony? Good morning. How you guys feeling?
Man, hey, I
So
can't call it. Try and shake a little honey from the tree today. That's all.
I
What's
feel
going
you.
on with
I'm
you?
on the right podcast for that. Nothing much, man. Just chilling, listening to the show as always. What's up, Will? What's up, HH? What y'all guys got going on? I hear the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and let go ahead, HHT. Go ahead and finish your thought.
I was going to say, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate how that game turned out, but it's also a teaching moment, right? All right, hey, we got to play, certain games. We're going to have to just come out here perfect, or close to it. We can't allow it to be into the refs' hands, like, Will said, because when you play those close games, the refs will intervene, unfortunately, because, the NFL wants those ratings. That's why that, week 18 game with the Saints and Falcons, meant a lot because we would have won. Who cares about that game? But we're still a young team, and there's a teaching moment. And hopefully next year, we'll go into a game thinking, all right, we can't leave into the refs' hands.
Right. What you got, Quantum? What's on your mind? Talk to me.
Yes, sir. Well, first off, I've been pollinating all of the shows out there. It's like, as you can imagine, man. This past week has been like a marathon of Bryce hate, and I've had to fight everybody on almost every podcast. HH knows all too well what I'm talking about. And it's like the more the excuses, the more that Bryce accomplishes, the more the excuses barrier starts to be pushed back farther and farther. And I'm just watching this in real time, and it's just it's comical to me. It's like what Will just said a moment ago about those yards. I said to him, well, if he accomplishes that, they're going to say 4,300's the average after that. He's never going to quite make it in their mind as to where he should be. And he's never going to be justified the numbers that the team is willing to pay him. They're never going to see it. It's always going to be another barrier that he has to cross in order to accomplish whatever they're going to say. So it's going to be some fun times when he does what he's going to do this year.
I believe so. I believe so. Yeah. Go ahead, HHT.
There he is.
No, I'm not. See, Quantum, I'm one of those where like I'm not truly in favor of Bryce, but if he shuts me up, I'm not going to sit here and make excuses, right? Because you know what's going to happen. Oh, he's got to do it, the next year. But like, if he makes I won't say a drastic increase, but it has to be more than marginal, right? He makes a good increase. I can't argue that, I just can't. You be crazy.
Why they on your neck in the chat, man? Why 336 and popping on your neck, man?
I told you, it's like this everywhere. It's been like this. It's been really ratcheted up the past because I've been giving everybody a hard time about this. No one can debunk my points. That's what it is. They're nervous in the service, man. They get nervous in the U.S. Army. Will, that's what it is. Yeah. Go ahead, Will.
They get nervous in the service, and just like I said, like I said in 336 about the Tampa Bay game, we left it to the officiating hands, and we need to separate ourselves, and we can't do that. Every team in the NFL has that story. I'm singing the same thing he's saying. He just doesn't want to hear it, and they see you know what? I shot Bryce, Carolina Panthers shot an azimuth, and that motherfucker's at 160. We doing 180 degrees, and it's a 400 yards that way at a run, and he's on his.
Yeah, you cut out, Will. You cut out.
They scared. I'm sorry. They scared he's going to hit that marker, and I wouldn't say scared. They don't want to have this discussion. And and when he does hit the marks that he needs to hit, I talked about that kid's resiliency. That's why Broski said he didn't storm the beaches of Normandy. And that's the point. So you mean to tell me you gotta be in other words, the definition of resiliency is Saving Private Ryan now. You get what I'm saying?
I told you they're gonna move the bar, man.
Stop it. Just stop it, y'all. As a fan base, organization, as a franchise, need this quarterback to work out. If he doesn't work out, then we move on. But if he does work out, just accept the win.
Thank you. You know what?
It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah,
if you ask my wife, I'm wrong every day. My wife,
but that's the problem these days.
Every day.
But Will, that's the problem these days, man. People, it can go to anything, politics, sports. People just don't like being wrong and just want to admit, like I said before, I'm not the biggest Bryce guy. Quantum would tell you, but I'm not like a full on, I hate this dude type,
No, I wouldn't say that.
Like when I go to the games, I want to win. And if he does well, I'm going to be happy, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm going to criticize him if he doesn't. He goes back to him being consistent. I can't stand that you do this one game and you do this another game.
We
All
lost
right,
HH.
HH, we lost you there, dog.
Hey, Tony. You know how I would categorize HH? I would categorize HH as optimistically pessimistic. That's what I would call optimistically pessimistic.
Optimistic.
That's yeah.
Explain that, Quantum. Explain that, please. If y'all can hear me.
Yeah.
Because it's exactly what you said.
Shit.
Every time I talk to you, it's not that you hate the guy. It's almost like you're one of those guys that you want to see even his negatives go through so you can have a reason to justify why you should actually uphold his stature or why you should pay him and all this. I get the way you come at it. So you're optimistically pessimistic, in my opinion. The other people that I talk to, they just I've had guys tell me flat out they just don't want him. I said, what if he throws for 4,032 touchdowns? I don't care. I want him gone. I'm like, good God. The brother can't have a superb season and still stay. That right there is that's complicit hate right there. That's like a hate from the 40s at the lunch counters of all of the places.
You kicking truth to the young youth, baby.
Tell me about it, Will. Like Will. We both military servicemen. Tony's a military serviceman. All of us on here, even HH, military servicemen. We all understand what it takes in order to breach the barriers of high level aptitude, et cetera, right? I think Bryce exudes a lot of that. The guy has the right attitude. He's improved in a direction that the team can actually rely upon him now. Think about it. When Bryce gets behind center, fourth down, we all know, like, okay, he can make this play. We don't doubt him when it comes down to stuff like that. Am I right or wrong? I don't doubt that he can't make a play on the field anymore. I think
we talked about that, Quantum. We were talking about like why. Yeah, I think we were talking about that, Quantum, where it was like, why is it he don't do on first and second, third down what he does in the fourth quarter and the fourth down? Like, it makes no sense.
It's our heel. You're right, HH. I mean, I think what Bryce can do, and I'm going to say it again, man. I think that he had handicapped, or let's say training wheels on him that inhibited a lot of what he could do last year. And I'll go back to this. When the season started, a week before the season began, this dude had his full receiver core intact. Now, he couldn't depend on Tet because Tet was obviously a rookie. He didn't know what he was going to get out of Tet. He probably had high hopes for him, but he didn't know the production, the overall outlet of production that Tet would display. So he didn't really, you can't really count on that. But he had Adam Thielen.
Hold that thought, Quantum. Who said Bryce would throw for 4,500 yards? I don't think nobody up here said. Yeah, I don't think nobody up here said he's gonna throw for 4,500 yards.
See what I'm saying?
See, and that's how they changed it. They're going to do.
And what happened is they'll go to their handlers.
We haven't had a quarterback in Panthers history that did that before.
No, hold on. Y'all gotta let me get this out, fellas.
He said handlers.
They will run to their handlers and say that we said that. And then their handlers,
I am crying real tears.
And their handlers will go off. And then Quantum, when you go to one of those handlers' channel, they're going to say just that.
I know they are. This will be picked up this will be picked up, Will, like a pilot from a TV show. They're gonna pick it up and they're gonna go with it. It's gonna be on every airway. Somebody said Bryce gonna throw for 4,500, and no one ever said that.
Don't worry, Quantum, I'm here. I know you didn't say it.
Hey, plausible deniability. I have HH here to undermine exactly the commentary that's been displayed here today. It's not been said. Number two, when Bryce came into into this past season, Adam Thielen was there, Jalen Coker was there, but when the season started a week before, those guys were injured or either gone. That's a huge hole in your production outlets where you could throw the ball. So you're gonna throw for 3,011 yards. That's another 400 or 500 missing. He would have had 3,500 had those guys still been there. Tell me I'm wrong. We missed Jalen Coker for 7-8 weeks. No Adam Thielen.
How dare you provide nuance to the conversation, sir? How dare you?
No. But hey, Will, they will tell you these guys will have you believe that that's all Bryce is capable of is 3,000. Oh, he barely got 3,000. Like, come on. Let's be real. We know why.
He missed one game. He didn't have his
weapon.
None of that nuances matter.
None of that matters.
Can you go back and say that 54 burger that he dropped on us is unacceptable? Absolutely. So two things can be right.
Well, Will, I've already debunked that too. See, everybody wants to point to this 54-yard game. They like that's when I nail them down, Will, in each corner, they can't go anywhere, they'll go to that. 54 yards. Okay, well, how about this? There was another outstanding quarterback that actually played a sub 100-yard game. Matter of fact, it happened to be in the AFC Championship. Who was that guy?
Hold on now, Quantum. Hold on.
Nobody said a word about it. Hold on now. How that slid under the radar. Nobody ever talks about it.
Hold on now. What was the what was the I'm not listen. What was the context of that AFC Championship? What happened in that game? It was a blizzard. You ain't about.
I don't give a crap. It's football. You can, look, man. So you mean to tell me a blizzard? Why do they play the ball? Why do they play the game outdoors? Because those things are the elements and inclement weather is expected.
I agree with Will when he said, like, you can't excuse that. It happened.
Look at Broski.
Yeah, you can't excuse that, Quantum. He did that 54. We can't excuse it. There's context into it. Both can be true.
Of course.
Yes, he didn't start off with his full amount of weapons, but at the same time, he did have some subpar games. So both can be true.
A blizzard. Okay, if it was okay, so that's very true, HH. Well, let me ask you a question. They want to talk about Bryce's that game of 54 yards. Can we not accept the ideology and the fact that there are multiple quarterbacks that have had sub 100 yards? I found about 5 or 6 of them. To be honest, I just didn't name them all.
The problem is Bryce has had a lot of those.
No, he's only had one 54-yard game.
No, not 54. I'm talking about sub 100. I want to say it's I think it's 6 total. I have to look at it.
6 what?
Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers, but yeah, he has had some subpar games. Yeah.
Yeah, we agree with that, Tony. All I'm saying is simply this: they coded at one game to make it seem like that's what he is. It's a 54-yard production quarterback, level production quarterback. As if that's all he's got.
But Quantum, you got people that say that 400-yard game is what he is. I think it's more of he's just an inconsistent guy. When you can go from 400 to 50, that just makes no sense to me.
Well, I do know why. Okay, if a quarterback throws for 450 and the following few weeks later he throws for 54, do you attribute that to the quarterback or something deeper? Think about that now. Think about it. You got a guy that throws for 450 with all the confidence in the world, the ability to throw the ball all over the field with seemingly no problem, right? Production is there. You go a few weeks later, a couple weeks later, or whatever, and he throws for 54. What happened? And they want to quickly say, "Oh, well, he's just inconsistent," or maybe is it the fact that the coaches got outcoached?
Well, did you watch the interview he had with Cam Quantum?
Yes.
He literally said that he has to be more consistent.
Yeah, we agree with that.
So he's taking ownership there.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to. I'm not going to
be consistent as well. We all. I think we agree on that too. Both have to be consistent.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue inconsistency on his part. It's not there because obviously we'd like to see consistent 200+ yard games repeatedly, right? You see that, Tony?
Yeah.
It's like I hit the hornet's nest. They all come out.
Yeah.
They cannot beat my argument. They can't handle me. They know it. None of them can, even Broski. So they'll all sit back and make these comments, right? And none of it's justified. When I say what I say, there's no way for them to come in and undermine my position. They'll throw these like Broski. Broski likes to attack his size and his noodle arm and all these wild things he likes to say. Mm-hmm. But that's
he was on one earlier today. Yeah. He got his quote unquote licks in.
Yeah, but see, he wasn't saying it before they got Caleb Williams. What was he saying? When they had a noodle arm quarterback, they couldn't produce anything. So I'm gonna be done with that. Yeah. The funny thing about it is we got a guy that's ascending in the right direction. Regardless of what you say about him and to him, to dissuade him and to dissuade his character, his stature, his his arm strength, his whatever, his height. None of that really matters because the guy every season has produced. But they'll say, "Oh, it's marginal production." Well, the increases are there. He's trending the right direction, is what you want to see. I keep telling people Bryce is a mutual fund. He's going to grow better and better over time. That's what he is. He's not one of these stocks that go up high and crash the next day and stay down for 5 years and come back. No, he's a consistent growth. His numbers are getting better. They're going to continuously get better. And as long as he's got the weapons, start week 1 throughout the season, no one gets hurt or injured, he's going to have wonderful production.
Hold on real quick, Quantum. Bloody, I do not really want to get started with you today.
Oh boy.
We had such a good conversation last night, Bloody. Don't do that. Don't do that. Cause if the shoe was on the other foot talking about Mullins, you'd be ready to crash out. So don't do that.
Hey,
don't dish out what you ain't willing to take.
Hey, please leave Mullins out of this conversation.
Well,
leave
no,
I will not.
I will not. Absolutely, I will not. Both of y'all, because I'm talking. I am talking directly to Bloody. Y'all gonna talk about leave Mullins out of it, whatever. It's whatever.
Hey Tony.
Yeah, go ahead, Quantum.
Look at them. They on me in the chat. You see that?
I see it.
Hey, Will, you see what happens when the truth comes out, right? It's like a truth serum. No one wants to tell the truth, so they run from it. Hey, it makes everybody face the fact.
Somebody gonna be wrong this season.
You cut the grass and the snakes will show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, facts.
So hold on. She nice. I never seen her before. Say that's the problem. You act as if Bryce Young cannot receive any criticism. All number 1 draft picks are held to a certain standard, but for some reason, Bryce Young is baby fight and cuddled. Okay. She nice. Thank you for tapping in, watching the show. I don't know exactly who you are, but on this show, we have criticized whoever deserves the criticism. Today topic about Bryce, it wasn't even about criticizing his good or bad. Just for people that's coming in late, they don't understand where the topic of the day come from. It was based off an article that Scott Fowler wrote on July 30th, saying that what he has witnessed in his 32 years of covering the Panthers is that he witnessed Bryce Young performance on this particular day is the best that he has seen from a Panthers quarterback since he has been following the team for the past 32 years. And in that article, he was just throwing out the fact that possibly if what he witnessed carries over to the season and the Panthers benefit from that, then it could be possible that Bryce Young could be asking for at least $200 million, and that will be the starting point. So it's not about criticizing him or whatever, because I've done my fair share of that. It's on record. We've talked about that. So I'm not even gonna go down that road, because if that remark was directed towards me, it would be false. But today's discussion was basically talking about whether should the Panthers extend him after 2026 or the 2027, which is his 5th-year option year. So that's what the discussion is about him. Don't be like some of these other people and put out false information, because that's not true. That's not true. We criticize Bryce. We talk about his good and we talk about his bad over here on this channel. Now, I don't know about other channels. You know what they do, that's their business. But here at Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk and the Carolina Armchair GM CJ channel, we had definitely criticized Bryce. Go ahead, Quan.
Yeah, you know something? Bryce's contract is reminiscent of Jason Voorhees, and they're running. That's how afraid they are of him getting it. They're afraid that contract is going to walk them down and slaughter them. They are so afraid that he's going to get re-signed. I asked a couple guys, I said, what are y'all afraid of, man? it comes down to a fear factor that they the trepidation right now is the quarterback contract talks. It's out. I had a guy to tell me they're not talking about contracts with Bryce. I'm like, yeah, they are. They are having a contract discussion with his representatives. No, they ain't. And it's been reported widely that they're actually back at the table to some degree or another, right? But these people are so afraid.
Hold up. You've heard that? Because I haven't heard that.
You ain't heard
that like talking.
Now to what degree, Tony? I'm not certain. But Brant Tillis was on the thing talking about, his ascension and where he could possibly go and all these wonderful things. It's been reported that the at least I saw it, that there was some dialogue. I don't know. Maybe they just sent each other an email for all I know. I just know that it's not a closed door. Because remember before they were saying we're not talking at all. It's not even out there.
I thought recently when they asked him like a direct question, and he was basically like, "No, we're not in negotiation talks right now." I thought that's what he said.
He said in an interview.
Now, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I don't know if they're negotiating. I just know that the door was opened again to at least start evaluating the scenario. Now, I don't know what they discussed about it. But
he just said that Brant Tillis said that all conversations that we have between players, representatives, and us are private.
Yep, there you go. So in other words, they're not.
So he didn't confirm it. He didn't confirm that he did talk to them or he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
He just said all conversations that we have with Bryce Young or any player, because he lumped Mike Jack into that conversation. All those conversations are private.
Which, in so many words, silence is acquiescence. It means to some degree that there is there's a conversation. Otherwise, he just say no.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I think it's always a conversation, though. I mean, that doesn't mean. I mean, it's always going to be some kind of dialogue. Like, hey, what does this look like? What do I got to do to get this?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean you have an extensive contract talks.
No.
I think he already knows what he has to do to get whatever number his agent is thinking.
Facts.
And that's just trying to see if that aligns with what the Panthers are willing to pay. I know some fans are kind of on board, like, okay, about re-signing him to a certain amount, but then you got some that's like, no, I'm not paying him that much. When obviously we don't pay him. It's going to be whatever Tepper decides. So if he decides to pay him $55 million, I wouldn't. But I mean, we can't go against it.
Hey, Chase, let me ask you a question.
What's up?
Why do some of these people continue to go to his record as if see, I have a problem with this. This is what I have a problem with. You got a 14-30 quarterback. Dude, I keep saying, I ain't gonna say the guy's name because we like to laugh a lot about this. Bryce is wet cement. He is not concrete yet. They act like he's in his 9th or 10th year with that type of record or something, like he's trying to get $200 million and he's like in year 12 or something.
I think Quan, what they're trying to say is like, what other quarterback has been paid with that kind of? Can you give like another example where a quarterback got paid?
Well, maybe not this early. Well, maybe not this early on.
Yeah.
Hold on, Quantum. I can tell you, Trevor Lawrence got paid with a losing record.
I didn't know. I was asking.
I didn't even know that.
It ain't the same. It ain't the same 14-30. But I promise you, he had more losses than he had wins. But he got a contract extension.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? So HH. Well, let me throw this at you. If you go back in history, and 336 I'll probably laugh because I like to pull up some of these older quarterbacks. There are quite a few quarterbacks that started their NFL journeys without a win on their resume. Troy Aikman, I think Terry Bradshaw, back in the 70s. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, just because your first couple seasons or whatever have you did not produce the yield of the numerical figures that everybody likes to exalt as being grandiose, end of the day, the direction that your quarterback is growing shows tremendous upside and promise. You cannot say that just because it's marginal increases, that it's not a a decent enough sample size to determine exactly where you're going to probably end up with this guy if you keep giving him the weapons and the protection. I don't see him getting worse. That's just me. He's too smart to be worse. That's what I think.
So,
Okay.
when they talk about the losing record of the quarterback, he doesn't play tennis. The franchise has that record.
Thank you.
Now, did he contribute to those losses? Absolutely. But you just got to place things in the context, and people hate when you apply context or pressure test their thoughts.
Hold that thought right. Hold that thought right there, Will. I'll get back with you. Hey, broski. See this right here. This is what I don't do. And see, as of today, this is why you'll never be back on this panel right here, because associating my name, my channel with We Sweat Bright Sports Talk. Listen, do that somewhere else. I listen. I appreciate the love you have shown. Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. Appreciate you shouting out the channel and all that. But see, I don't do this disrespect.
Yeah,
I don't bring it to nobody. So you're not going to bring it to my channel. So yeah, hey, whether you want to do or say whatever you want to do in the chat, but I just want to let you know so it ain't no secret. Whenever you hit the link and you don't come up on the panel, this is why right here, because I don't play these games. That's dumb. That's stupid. You can say and feel however you want to feel about Bryce or whatever, and you can get mad because I ain't brought you back up on the panel. But see, this is why right here. Because see, at the end of the day, people will show you exactly who they are. I thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Quantum.
Yes, sir. Here's hey man. Hey, it's like that out there when it comes to Bryce, man. People, they feel it in their spirit, and it just they get drenched in the feeling that we on the right direction. We're going in the right direction with a quarterback that can take us places, that can lead us. I actually keep hearing now, it's like the narrative is shifting when it comes to him. I've heard people now go, since they know he's ascending, right? They've gotten out of that narrative of, oh, he can't throw the yards, he can't, because they know it's going to happen with this healthy receiver core. Now they shift into the narrative to basically insinuate that, now you can't afford to pay him and keep the team intact. I'm like, what are we talking about? Now it's this narrative that, well, somebody got to go if you pay Bryce Young. And I'm like, well, isn't every team with a good quarterback experiencing the same thing? Like, and those teams work out just fine with a Josh Allen signing or Lamar Jackson signing. Somehow they can still get talent and produce, if they sign their quarterback to these gaudy numbers. But when you sign Bryce, now you got to cut half the team. It's like, come on, man. I'm telling. I had a back and forth about that. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah. So, just to kind of toe tap on that, right? You cannot say. I'm gonna give you a great example. If you go look at shout out Julian Council on Locked On. They did a crossover for the Hall of Fame game for tonight. And the Arizona Cardinals guy says, how does it feel to know that your quarterback is trending in the right direction and was able to make it work out as you're building your team? Kyler Murray was never able to do that for us.
Yeah.
They don't, that was a person from all the way from the left coast of the United States saying, how does it feel to know that your quarterback is trending in the right direction? And with the talent that you put around him, they were able to go forward to take the Rams to the brink. How does it feel?
Thank you.
And Julian kind of smirked and smiled. You know what? I'm sorry. Yep.
Hold that thought 1 second, Will. Hey, shout out to the Ville Kid Show, Freddie, for the $1.99 super chat. He said, "What's up, OGs, Tone and Will, and founding father Who the hell is the founding father? Who you talking
Oh,
to?
dang.
He called me that because I was the first subscriber to his channel, and I told him that.
That's
Okay.
dope. Okay.
Shout out
That's
to the
dope.
founding
What's up,
father.
Freddie? What's up, young
Hey,
Freddie?
Freddie, appreciate that $1.99 super chat, my guy. Make sure you hit that like button. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, so I just want to just say, like, Bryce is by no way a finished product.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you,
And
Will.
but the arrow is pointing in the right direction. And for you to say he's not a finished product and the arrow is pointing in the right direction mean that you're glazing him? That go to show me right there that you're just biased. Because no one has said that Bryce Young is going to be a Hall of Famer. People have said that in this chat. Oh, y'all saying Bryce Young will be a Hall of Famer. Y'all say Bryce Young will throw for 4,500 yards. No one on this panel said that. It's the simple fact that they are triggered when you give Bryce credit for what he has accomplished and give him admonishment for what he has failed to accomplish.
Yes, sir. Very
Giving
well
him a
said,
fair
Will.
analysis, giving him a fair analysis means that you've glazed him.
Yeah. And you can't glaze him, Will. Now that's the thing. Krispy Kreme, you only can get double glazed one time. That's the thing. And if 2 or 3 people do it, oh man, they're gonna shut down the whole donut factory, boy. They're gonna kick you out.
Hey, broski,
Oh my
you can go
goodness.
run to your hand. Hey, broski and Mike Platt, go run to your handlers on that one, dog. Go run to your handlers.
He killing with the handlers comment.
Damn.
I have to use that, Will. I'm about to use that because it's like they all got a handler somewhere, and they congregate in these little back alleys and have these discussions.
No. We know who their handlers are.
I know. I know exactly who they are.
They not. So go. Hey, run, go tell that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Will. They're gonna be. And Will, check this out. They're gonna be over there when I get there too. I already know.
All I'm saying is, as we start talking about Bryce Young and what we think he can accomplish, it's a positive. It's okay to be positive and to be bullish on the kid. I mean, okay, I'm gonna use a perfect example. Everybody, almost 90% of the prognosticators was out on Josh Allen until they wasn't. Y'all remember how they was talking bad about Josh Allen?
Oh my
God.
He throws too many interceptions. He's not the leader of the franchise. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh my God.
Now what?
Until they
Will, you see they starting to go after your boy was it Herbert? He's starting to get because he got the money, he ain't won no playoff game. They starting to go after him now.
So
exactly.
They'll turn on you.
Exactly. So
hey, Will.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you? I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I didn't mean to interrupt your point.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you something. Now, the Rams, a vaunted team last season, correct, my brother? Didn't they win a couple games last year? They won a couple, didn't they? I think so.
They won quite a few.
They finished the championship.
Yeah. Now,
they won a few.
For a trash, quote unquote, 54-yard producing quarterback, right? For a 54-yard guy to beat you handily one time and practically take you to the brink of the same fate a second time. What say you there, brother? What does that mean to you?
That means that the kid got moxie.
Thank you.
He has the ingredients. It is inconsistent. He got to put it together. And when he put it together, Tony, you know how I am. You're going to have to pull me off the ledge. Because I am going to jump off the deep end. I'm going to get ridiculous with it.
Yeah.
Because
it's separable.
Look who has popped up backstage. Hey, HHT, if you don't mind, I'm a
No, you good, man. You good. No, you good.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Let me pull this young man up real quick. Will, here's your little brother right here. I think he want to holler at you. 336, what's happening?
Oh,
What's going on,
hey,
man?
Oh
brother.
snap!
What's up, fellas?
Snap! What's up, 3-3?
Hey, man. I brought a little bit of insulin with me. It's about to be a sugar overdose in here. Gotta calm y'all down.
Oh my God!
Here we
Hey,
go.
What is
you
Here
that?
we go.
you and Poppin are crazy, dog.
Y'all boys
Y'all
need
are
some
crazy. Yo, 336 and Poppin. I'm talking when I say they are when it cutting the food ain't even the right word to describe them, dog. I had to text Poppin like you are showing your natural ass.
He is.
Yeah.
You better be lucky he
Dog,
can't come up
it
here
is
too. You
going
better be
off.
lucky he can't
Make
get
no
up here.
mistake, we
Tony.
follow quantum.
Quantum
We
catching
follow
all
quantum.
kind of strays.
We follow quantum
Hey,
everywhere.
hey, Will. This
But
is how I guess
Yes,
this is
sir.
how it feel running from a marksman in the army, an army ranger marksman or something. This is what it's like getting shot at by those
Hey,
or a
guys.
sniper.
just
Or a
run,
sniper, yeah.
run in a zigzag. Just run in a zigzag. That's
Yeah.
the best I can tell you.
Well, hey, listen. If you don't know how to adjust that 3-prong scope, you ain't sniping nothing. But go
That's
ahead.
correct.
336. What's good? What's on your
going
mind,
on,
brother?
Hey, man, I'm just
Man, I
listening to
can't
y'all
call
talk.
it. Glad you hit the panel.
Oh yeah, just listening to you fellas talk. Going over Bryce. Ain't nothing too much. Not too much
Yeah.
at all.
All right. So yeah, but so. Oh, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Quantum. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna throw a question at him, but go ahead, brother. It's your floor. You got it. I'm gonna follow behind
No,
you.
I was just saying because I don't know how long he been following line. So like I said earlier, the topic of this conversation today was based off the Scott Fowler column that he dropped on the 30th, talking about how he has what he has witnessed from Bryce thus far in training camp and him covering the Panthers for 32 years. This is the best quarterback that he has seen in those 32 years, and he threw out the number about being a $200 million quarterback when it's time for his extension if he can carry over what he has seen thus far in camp. So that was the premise of me bringing up the conversation and trying to explain to guys that I think you was on the live when I was live on Unk channel when I was trying to tell them about the market value and Mr. Miyagi and Brass and Knuckles that kind of jumped on me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. so they
That's
kind of
good, Tony.
jumped on me. So I said, you know what? Let me go and research this a little bit more. So I have a fighting chance. And me, I'm just always trying to bring value and nuance to the conversation. So that's what this show was predicated on today. I never said that Bryce is guaranteed 200 million or he's worth 50 million or none of that. That was
You
just
said
a number that
4,500,
Scott.
Tony. You said
What's that,
4,500 yards.
yeah. So yeah, that's where the premise of this conversation has started. 336. That's just a quick catch up for you, my brother. Go ahead.
Right. So I guess you kind of got a point, and I guess it can go both ways because you it's kind of like we had this conversation about Brian Burns too. He didn't necessarily have that $30 million production. And it's strange because another team valued him more than the team that actually drafted him, Tony. We weren't willing to give him, the amount of money he was willing to, he thought he was worth, but another team valued him more. So I guess it can kind of go both ways. Usually, I guess
Right.
it's the team that drafts you that values you the most.
Right.
And,
So
and I was,
so when you think of the market value, so the market value is not a set number, right?
right.
Because the value can range from say 40 to 50 million or 35 to 50 million. But what I was trying to get the guys to understand the other night was, yes, you are going to base production, the stats, and all that, but you're also going to include the market value because the market value goes hand in hand with the salary cap. Every year that the salary cap goes up, every year that the NFL makes more money, the players make more money. It's in the collective bargaining agreement.
Right.
When their money goes up, the NFL, the players' money go up. So as we have seen, where you talking about a quarterback, a wide receiver, defensive end, a linebacker, when these players are getting new contracts, 9 times out of 10, their contract is exceeding what the last contract was. That's why nowadays when we see on TV, you say, "Oh, Dexter Lawrence is the highest paid defensive tackle ever." Well, hell, somebody else got a contract this year that beats his contract. Now they say he's the highest paid player this year. So whether you believe Bryce Young is worth $50 million, because I never said that he's worth $50 million. But whether you believe he's worth that or not, the market is going to help dictate that based on the current quarterbacks that got paid before him and who might get paid the same year with him. So let's just take Bryce and CJ Stroud. They came in the year at the same time, number 1, number 2 pick. They both got their 5th-year options picked up. You can say that CJ Stroud has had a better career thus far than Bryce. All right. So if Bryce and his team are smart enough, which I think they are, they wouldn't go out there and sign an extension first. They would let CJ go and sign the extension first and let him set the market, and maybe he will get a little less. Maybe he'll match it. Maybe he'll get more. We don't know, but the market value will typically is set by whoever is hot at that time. And right now, in my mind, CJ would need to set the market, and then Bryce can capitalize off of that.
Hey, Tony, can I ask you something, brother?
Yeah, what's up, Quantum?
You seem to be a man of high level intelligence and work and numbers and so forth and so on.
I try to be.
Now, reciprocal effect. When you look at Bryce versus CJ, this is exactly what's happening. I don't care what anybody's going to say with the numbers and blah blah blah. Reciprocal effect is happening between these two quarterbacks. One is trending upward.
Hold that thought 1 second, Wick. I think I missed.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Freddie, appreciate that 199 super chat. Freddie said, "Here we go, 336 and Will." And he sent another one, $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that, Freddie. He said, "I'm showing love to OG Tone and my brothers, even the resident villain of the Panthers community." I guess he's talking about 336. Hey, appreciate the super chats, Freddie. I greatly appreciate it. Hey, you need to hit the panel one day. I ain't seen you in a while, so we can chop it up also. But go ahead, Quantum, finish your thought.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was just referring to the reciprocal effect that's taking shape with these two quarterbacks that you just mentioned. CJ is going one direction and Bryce is going the other. When a couple years ago, it was highly touted that it would be the other way around, and it's just not showing that. Now, with that being the case, Tony, numerically, where do you see this actually playing out? If, let's say, for instance, since we know that CJ, his numbers have been on a downward trajectory ever since he came in. But if he's the guy that's going to if he's going to be the guy that sets the benchmark in terms of resetting the market and what quarterbacks of that ire are going to be paid, where does Bryce fit into that? Even though his numbers have not been as gaudy, but he's going the other direction. How do you see that equilibrium playing out at the contract table in Dan Morgan's office?
That's a good question. That's a good question, because I mean, when like I said before, I forgot who I had this discussion with. When CJ came into the league, he came into the league red hot. You know what I'm saying? Like he came in the league on fire, and Bryce was the opposite. CJ was at the top, Bryce was at the bottom of the bottom, right? We talk about their rookie year. And each year, even though the Texans has made the playoffs in all 3 years that CJ has played, his statistics alone, we talking about passing yard, touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken, the passing completion percentage, like those things have trended down. You know what I'm saying? Bryce, his statistics, whether you like him or agree with him or what have you, but from his rookie year to his last year has projected up. So the trajectory is up, right? Now you say Bryce's best year, which was last year, wasn't even better than Caleb's worst year. Okay, if people want to have an argument about that, cool. I'm not with that. But one is going down, one is going up. Now, the thing about it, in my opinion, is how their prospective teams feel about them. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's
Right.
not about what 31 other teams feel about Bryce or 31 other teams feel about CJ. No, what do the Texans feel about CJ, and what do they see they value with him going forward is the same thing that Carolina's going to do with Bryce. What is his value currently with the team, and how do they see his value fitting in with the team going forward? Now, who comes out at the top, when it comes to getting their contract extensions, I have no idea, because it's not like one person makes that decision for both players. It's two separate teams.
Can I ask you one more question, Tony? Here's another one I want to throw at you. It's sophomore campaign week 1. I'm sorry, no, week 2. Bryce Young sophomore campaign, right? That was the Chargers game.
What is
right?
No, I'm laughing at Eternal. Hold on, I'm laughing at Eternal. He said I can't send 199 super chats. It only let me send 599. Ain't that some shit? I'm being held to a standard. Hey, Eternal. Hey, that is not my fault. You are on CJ's channel. I don't even have super chats on my channel. I'm not monetized. So you're gonna have to take that up with CJ. That is
governor on that
armchair,
it's the iOS.
armchair Carolina armchair GM CJ. You take that up with him. I got nothing to do with that.
Hey,
Put a
Tony,
governor
I
on
think
that sucker.
I think YouTube know Eternal got it. That's why. I think they
No,
They in his front and back pocket.
it's Android versus Apple, I think.
Yeah, that must be what it
damn,
is.
Will.
I think that's what it is.
it really is that kind of thing though with these apps.
It is the operating system that you're operating with. So I just want to point out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the operating system.
So Eternal got that Apple Pay money. Let me find out.
Oh, Apple Cash. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna get all in your pocket. You got an Apple, boy. They know you got bread if you got an Apple.
Double tap that button, Eternal. Double tap that side button.
Hey, gonna reject your little 199 like Matumbo.
Did I answer your question though, Quantum?
No. What I was saying was the fact that he if you go back to that second year and his sophomore game, sophomore season, his second game when he got benched. Are you now? Do you think? Now, remember at the time they were talking about trading. People were talking about, we'll trade for him and blah blah blah. And you remember what the team said? We're not interested in trading Bryce Young. We have a future set for him. Remember that?
Right. Yeah. No, I remember that.
Now, are we any closer to letting him go now than we were then when he was at his worst?
I don't believe so.
No,
I don't believe so.
All you do
see where I'm going with that, right?
What you say, 336?
I love it, Will.
I said we're further away from trading him now than we were at that point. But what you trying to say, Quantum?
Oh, I'm saying that everybody should just forget about letting Bryce go. If they didn't let him go when he was at his worst and they could have gotten something for him, imagine what they can get for him now. You think they're obviously going to let this guy walk out the door now? I mean, they could have
build him up.
Yeah.
I don't think the real asking price for Bryce right now is much higher than what it was at that point, though, Quantum.
What? That's okay. Now you're gonna have to qualify that, sir. You're gonna have to qualify that intently. Now I'm gonna put you.
Don't ask him. Don't ask 336 that.
so
Don't ask him nothing about no hypothetical. Don't ask him nothing about quantify. Cause
I need to know.
Oh my God.
Let's say at that time, right?
Yeah, we got to crack.
I'm going on mute.
Let's say for at that time, right, when he got benched, if we would have traded Bryce, somebody says we'll give you a 3rd and 2 fourths for him, right? So I think after last year, maybe that changes from a 3rd and 2 fourths to maybe a 2nd and a 3rd and a 4th. You know what I mean?
So
Like the value goes up, but it doesn't increase that much to where it's like, all right, we went from a third and 2/4 to I'll give you a bottom third first round pick for him.
okay, I think I see where you go. Okay, now that makes more sense. Okay, so you basically saying maybe the draft capital has increased marginally from what it was when they were
but
going
not
to.
enough for them to trade him. Yeah, not enough for them to jump on him
So
and
so
trade him at this point.
so that's what I mean. So is the asking price now? Would it be too much for a team to come in and say we want to take Bryce Young off your hands? And do you think the team is willing to let him go?
I would probably say no to both sides. I think everybody would rather wait and see this play out before anybody makes a move on anything.
Yeah. That's my point exactly. The only way you're going to see Bryce Young not on this team any longer is if he gets, well, I ain't going to say the word. Let's say something goes where he can't perform anymore, pup list type stuff, or they can't reach, he just bottoms out and can't do anything, even nowhere close to his rookie year. Okay, that would probably justify them moving on. But I just don't see it. I mean, I don't see him having a tumultuously worse season than he did last year or the year before that. I just don't see it. Now, if it happens, it happens.
That's not even where I'm at anymore. Yeah, I'm just concerned at this point, Quantum, that we kind of around the area of where he's going to be at for his career.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
you talking about capital wise.
No,
you talking about capital wise or where he's at?
As far as Bryce's production, I think we're getting around to the point of where we're gonna start seeing, where he really caps out at.
I agree with that comment, my dear brother. Emphatically, I agree with that statement. I think you're about to start seeing where he can trend in terms of production when he has a full set of everything he needs at his behest. He has the wide receiver room finally. Competent wide receivers that were there all season long, all off season long. Some last year, OTAs. He has camaraderie with those guys. We have an improving looking XL, which is going to be monumental. And then you add in the fact that he's in the same system. And prayerfully, everybody still remains healthy on the defensive side of the ball to get him more opportunities with the ball back.
Yeah.
That's gonna increase his production.
Will, what you got?
I think that first I want to say it is very refreshing, 336, to hear you have some gravity and levity in the conversation.
Wasn't it, Will?
Won't he do it?
I loved every minute of that.
Won't he do it?
Won't he do it?
I was going to say
I'm gonna just let y'all have your moment. Go ahead.
Hey, Will, that glaze is real good, don't it?
Hey, won't he? Hey. I'm just saying because I don't like when I agree with you. Like you always say whenever Will say something about me in the chat, that means he agree with me. Exactly.
Hey,
won't he do it?
Who is this Charles Xavier guy? Because he's been saying the same thing every comment that he makes about 185 passing yards a game. Like Charles, if that's the best you can got, if that's the only thing that you can talk about, then God bless you, brother.
Not much depth there. Just like one of their, what you need to give those handlers of theirs. They'll keep pumping them with narratives.
He works for the agency.
Yeah, he went to the agency. He with the other agency on the other. Yeah, he with that agency over there.
I got you. Say less. Say less. Say less. Say what? 336.
That's the Black Professor X. Y'all don't know nothing about Charles.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. The glaze tastes so much sweeter when 336 is applying it, isn't it? It ain't that much sweeter when he put it on the donuts.
He applies it evenly. He applies it.
Yeah, he does.
He let it coat just right.
Yeah, he do.
Then when he get it right, he clicked the hot light on. Fresh hot light. Shit.
Yeah.
This what happens
but
you say 336.
This what happens when you be honest.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So 336. The other thing that I wanted to mention to you, and I think Poppin had kind of alluded to it. It's not about like the price tag of what the quarterback market is. What I will tell you is Bryce Young has not performed in a way where he's a market setting quarterback. That is not a thing.
Correct.
Neither has
Correct.
CJ Stroud done that
Correct.
at
Right.
all.
Correct.
What I will say is the market ban for paying paying your quarterback, where does he fit in that ban? He definitely isn't a $60 million a market setting quarterback. That doesn't exist in the
No.
Bryce Young market.
Right.
But
Right.
he's not going to get paid $35 million to make Bryce haters happy either.
Exactly.
That is not an option. When you
Yeah.
start talking about where does he fit in the market, you have to think about that band of that 45 to $52 million band. That's where does he fit in that band if they're going to pay him?
I agree with that.
Because that's what the market dictates. And that's just what we got to understand as a franchise. So I hope that people when they think about this, the people who are or that don't
Oh
support
my
Bryce,
God.
I hope they think about that in the future.
Hey,
So
Will, look at this guy right here on the screen. Look what he just said. You see,
the
this is what we
charts,
have to deal with.
What did he say?
Look, read what he's saying on the screen. This is what we have to deal with every day.
He said
yeah.
quantum Bryce trade
Oh
value is
man.
still low. He's a mid to late day 3 pick at best. Well, at least Starsky Ski gave him much props than the Broski. Broski say he don't even belong in the NFL. He is not an
Right.
NFL starting caliber quarterback. So
And
See,
and
this is
and
what I'm
then and
talking
then
about, man.
and then when you say, hey, you provide nuance and context to the conversation, then you being biased. Come on, man.
See, for them to make a comment like he's a third round pick and all that. Okay, so these experts, these
No,
quote
day
unquote,
three pick. No,
yeah,
day three pick, which
a
means he's
day
a
three pick, a fourth or fifth,
to
right?
seventh, fourth,
Oh
fifth,
my
or
God,
seventh.
fourth,
Yeah,
fifth round. Yeah, that's what I meant
yeah.
to say. You know what, man? I love these experts that come on these in these chats, man, because that would mean that the coaching staff's direction, or let's say the executive team's direction in terms of the scouting department, should all be fired. They should all be fired today, if that's the case. And I keep telling people, the guy is one of 32. There are 32 coveted jobs in this world, and he has one of them, and they're mad about it. Be mad. He's going to keep that job right now until someone better eclipses him. Quit whining about it. He's in a coveted role that is not easy
boy,
to obtain.
I could
Get
not have
used
said that
to it.
any better. I
Oh
couldn't
my
say that
God.
any better.
You know what I'm saying? It's like they keep making up reasons to pull down his stature. He's already proven that he's not a mid third day pick or whatever. If that's the case, he would be in the UFL. And if he's what y'all say he is, why isn't he there now, starting for the Roughnecks or whatever? Why isn't he not there? Why is he still a starting quarterback in the NFL if that is the case?
I think it's because the Panthers are rolling the
God
dice.
dang.
I think it's a
No,
good chance, Quantum,
no.
that after year two, it might have been on any other team. He might not be starting anymore.
Yeah.
And that may be true. 336. I'm not even going to even try to dispute that. But here's the facts. He is on the Panthers team.
Yeah.
So let's deal with the fact that he is on the Panthers team, and the Panther brass, however you want to, quantify how they feel about him, they have kept him around for whatever reason or another. So that's why I said earlier, it's about his value. It's about his value to the Panthers, not the other 31 teams in the league. Because at the end of the day, the Panthers are going to have to decide if they're going to extend him or not. Not nobody else. They have the rights to his contract.
Right. And I don't know which beat reporter was it, whether it was Vashti or Sheena, or even Vashti, Sheena, or Joe Person, but they were saying, Dan Morgan came back to them and was like, "Hey, I told you, I told you, I told you, I told you at the end of the season, I told you guys, I told you." So if the man who makes the decision
Thank you, Will.
feels some kind of way to run to a damn beat reporter in a hallway, stick his damn chest out, what do you think he's saying behind closed doors?
Good point. Will, you know what this? You know what these people will have you believe that they're saying they're about to ship him out of town. He's going to be not resigned. They're going to play him on his 5th-year option and then just let him walk out the door with no compensation package in place for him to move it towards the draft and get a number 1 guy in the first round of 2027. That's what they'll have you think.
And because they think that Dan Morgan is Scott Fitterer, and they wrong.
They want to they want you to believe that the decisions that and mind you, from what I heard, the entire previous scouting department was relieved of their duties, if I recall.
Yeah.
Am I right about that, Tony? Am I right?
Yeah, you're 100%.
No, I think you're right. I think Dan Morgan came in. They clean house of the scouting staff. Yeah.
With an executive commercial pressure washer and cleaned it out just like that. So, end of the day, who's still left on the team that they see value in are the guys that were there that they did not release, or the guys they did not trade or cut, or the guys they have not signed yet. And this is the thing. People want to believe that we are. I've heard people say the quarterback position is the weakest link. This is a ridiculous comment. The quarterback position is the weakest link on the team. I can't even believe that. It's like that you can't even justify that level of idiocy when people say this kind of crap. And I try not to get real abrasive with this stuff, but you got to sometimes.
Yeah. Well, like I tell people all the time, everybody has the right to feel how you want to feel. Everybody has an opinion about something. You know what I'm saying? But the thing that bothers me the most is when you just blatantly tell lies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To try to prove your point, or you just say the most outlandish ass stuff, but then you don't have no evidence to back up what you just said. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody tells me that Bryce can't throw over the middle, and I tell you I got video evidence that I'm willing to prove to you at any given time when you're ready to show you that he can throw over the middle, but you still want to tell me no he can't. Well, see, now we're no longer talking about an opinion. That's a delusional belief. There's nothing that's like saying the earth is flat. And there's been scientific proof throughout history.
Flat Earth theory.
Scientific proof, evidence, that has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the earth is round. And I laid on the table 3,000 pages of evidential proof, and you look at it and you say, you know what? I still believe it's flat. What you call that type of person?
Delusional.
Yeah, I'll leave him alone.
Incorrigible.
Yeah,
I can keep going.
So when people get like that, yeah, I gotta remove myself from you, because now there's no difference than talking to you than talking to this damn one of these 3 computer monsters that I have right here.
You know what? Can I bring up something real quick that is about Bryce Young, but it's about Brant Tillers. Y'all remember last season when Brant Tillis unemotionally about Taylor Moton said, we'll have to figure that out at the time comes. We don't know if we're going to extend him. Taylor Moton got up there and cried as if it was his last season.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
And 48 hours later, he had a contract. And here's what I would tell you about Brant Tillis. Brant Tillis is bad cop. He's unemotional. Brant Tillis is the person that's going to say the number is the number, and he's not going to give the beat writers any evidence of tipping his hand in negotiation. He is a poker player when it comes to this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't know what the hell Brant Tillis is saying with agents or not with agents. We just don't know.
Facts.
Right.
Well, Will, you know something? The narrative a little while ago was that Brant Tillis was saying, I heard somebody say
y'all hold me down. Y'all hold me down for a minute.
Oh, yeah, we got you, Tony. There was a narrative a little while ago that Brant Tillis was non-committal on Bryce because he wasn't saying much about it at the time. This is probably end of last year or somewhere around there, but right before the playoff game, he was non-committal. So that must have meant that Bryce is out. They was pushing that narrative strong for a few weeks. Oh, they're not going to. They're not talking about. Oh, they're not going to talk about it, and this and that. But then you look at the production or the trajectory of a Bryce Young, and where everybody is starting to see that he can ascend to be something that he has not shown us yet. I don't think he's reached the ceiling yet. Of course, I think he has a lot of football he hasn't shown us. And then if you just so happen to mention how he's been just airing it out all camp long and hitting people with bomb touchdowns. I'm hearing 30 and 40 yarders every day. And there was even a few people that said, what was that? Joe Person said he had never even seen Bryce doing that, and he was completing passes. Like, I'm like, well, see, this is what people they want to set the narrative that he can't push the ball down the field. Not true. Not true.
And that was the basis of this whole topic for today. Is the article that Scott Fowler posted in the Charlotte Observer. I'm gonna pull it up just so y'all can see.
Please, Tony,
what I'm talking about. Because
please,
Will brought this to my attention last night, and I don't have Charlotte Observer, but it took me about 10 seconds to find it. Did it, Will?
Yeah, sure. You sure did. Make me feel bad that I paying for the damn Charlotte Observer subscription.
Man. Let me see. Yeah, this is it right here. Hold on. Let me just pull it up on screen real quick.
Hey, Tony, did you say that he said in 32 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. You about to see it? You about to see it? Hold on.
We heard
you got a big enough insulin shot 336. You got a big enough insulin shot.
It don't sting.
I'm about to double up.
I'm about to have a
Y'all
reaction.
still there?
We here.
Yeah, I'm here.
So this is the article. If you see right there, the Charlotte Observer, Scott Fowler, July 30th, 2026. And he said, as he begins his fourth NFL season at age 25, Bryce Young just seems different. People can and should be skeptical about his sonnets written about starting NFL quarterbacks every offseason when no one is getting sacked and almost everyone looks good. He said, but I'm here to tell you, based on whatever institutional knowledge I've acquired from covering these Carolina Panthers for 32 straight seasons, that what Young is doing in practice right now in training camp is about to lead to a really good and possibly great season for him. And it will lead to a massive new contract as well. You've seen Steph Curry get on the heater, right? When he's shooting logo threes and putting people to sleep in the fourth quarter with exactly 0 fans in attendance and not nearly the same level of pressure as a real game. That was Young in Carolina's training camp that Wednesday. It was the best practice I've ever seen him have. It was impossible to look away as number 9 made one dazzling throw after another, firing the ball into windows the size of portholes. Young threw.
Can you just pause right there?
Oh my
Oh, okay.
Pause,
Go
God.
Tony.
ahead.
Sir,
Can you pause, Tony? I got to hear Will's
can you
commentary.
pause right here? Can I just pause right there?
Yeah.
Scott Fowler has been covering the Panthers for 32 years. Scott Fowler does not glaze players at all. He's a surly old man. This is not Will Robinson writing this article. This is Scott Fowler. Now, if it was Will Robinson,
Right back.
336, you better believe I would have glazed
Wow.
far more than this.
I mean, but it's one. We're talking about one practice on the Wednesday that he saw. Okay, like one
Mm-hmm.
practice. He was there
Well,
at the
that's
So,
practice on a Wednesday, and
no,
he
my
said
bad.
that
Go
what
right.
ahead. Go ahead. 336.
he's saying that what he saw at that practice that day is gonna lead. If it continues, it's gonna. Well, obviously, you would say that about a great day that you're sitting there at practice. Like you've been there for practice probably every day since the season started. What are we talking about,
Well,
man?
I think I think me personally, I think he's talking about more than just one day. The article is talking about the day that he wrote the article, which was on the Wednesday. But I'm going to assume, and maybe I'm making an ass out of myself, right? But I'm just going to assume that he's at every practice like all these other beat writers, and
Right,
what he has seen thus far from Bryce in training camp beyond just that one day is something that he hasn't ever seen from Bryce Young, let alone any other quarterback for the Panthers. Now, to his credit, he was talking about as the article goes on, he was talking about how Bryce is throwing with better anticipation, hitting wide receivers before they break, get to the top of their breaks, things like that, trusting their wide
right.
receivers. This is the same thing that we heard Dave Canales mention a couple press conferences ago when he was talking about Bryce looks like he has complete mastery of the offense now. So we're starting to throw a little bit more at him to see what more that we can add to the playbook or put on his plate. So the two type of conversations kind of jive with one another. Now that's just my read on it. I could be wrong, but that's just the way I read it.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Oh,
and,
you
and
want
the only
okay.
the only other thing I would add before you go on, Tony, to the chat and to everyone else is you have not heard any beat reporter say anything different than this. Like everybody has been saying that the offense has been winning the day. The defense has even been saying, "Hey man, the offense is kicking our behind."
Yeah, yeah. JC Horn did say that. Yeah.
So will this translate to Sundays? I'm hoping so. And that's where I think you could be skeptical 336 because we haven't seen it on Sundays consistently, right?
Yeah, and I've heard similar conversations to this before.
I haven't.
Yeah, year one. Very first thing they said was he knew 90% of the playbook, bro. It was like a week.
Year one is I'm still talking to my grief counselor about year one.
Yeah, like
I don't put any stock into anything people say
I
about
mean,
year
year
one
two,
Carolina
right?
Panthers.
Year two, Dave took him through him and Andy through the little quarterback class that he came up with. They fixed his mechanics and all of that. You remember that? He's looking
But
sharp. He's looking
we
fast.
in year two, he got better. No one said that he would have a meteoric rise in year two. Every
I
year,
get you.
Bryce Young have taken steps in the right direction. The offense has taken steps in the right direction. Year two, year three, and hopefully in the year four, this is where we see it all come together. And I think that's what Scott Fowler is saying here.
Just to be real with you, Will, year two, you kind of took a few steps back to get back to where you started. So I don't really feel like you got better. You
So
get what I mean?
okay. So you
what
said we
what you,
took it
what you
because he
mean?
got
What you mean by
benched.
that? Three three
Yeah,
six. What you
He
mean?
came out
yeah.
terrible and he got benched. And at the end of the year, he kind of finished where he should have started at. Like kind of where he ended the first year. It's kind of where he ended his second year. It's kind of like getting back to step one.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, right?
No.
If
But the notion is to say you got better every year. It's kind of like you started over. I
well,
just don't. Yeah, I
because
just don't
because
personally feel like he got better the second year.
because a lot of people like to bring up stats, right? Everybody likes to go off the numbers.
Right.
If you look at the numbers, no matter how small the numbers may be,
Hmm.
if I threw from 10 yards and then threw for 60 yards the following week,
Yeah.
I got better, right?
Right. Right.
If I threw 16 touchdowns this year and threw for 23 the next year, I got better, right?
Right. But if you
If the
throw twenty eight
completion,
hundred and then throw for 2,400 and then 3,000, you threw less the second year.
what that would coincide with what you just said. Like you start off bad because even though he had more years in year one than year two, he played more games in year one. That
Right.
I'm not trying to make that no excuse, but okay, you because not historically, if you just look at his whole season in totality, even though he threw for more years in year one was worse than year two.
Uh,
Even though he threw for more years. So I'm
Yards.
saying that is to say is don't just look at how many yards he threw for. Look at that season in its totality. You can't honestly say that year two was worse than year one just
I,
based off he threw for
Or
less
even
yards.
equal.
Tony, I think it had the potential to be worse if he didn't get sat down.
Well, oh
I
yeah,
can agree with you
I
there.
can't argue that because I don't know what it would have been if he never got sat down or didn't get back on the field. I don't know. I'm just going by what he did on the field. Because the first two games of that second year was horrendous. He would look like a shell of himself, a deer in headlights. He literally looked like he did not belong in the league. Whatever happened, transpired, whatever conversation was had between during those three games that he got sat, when he came back, he was started to look like the quarterback I was hoping he would look like from year one. And from that point on, I feel like he has ascended and got better at the end, the rest of that time of year two, and then year three. So
Okay.
and I don't think he didn't miss 6 games that year.
I think it was 5.
People keep saying, well, he's only missed 5 games in his career. He missed one his rookie year, he missed 3 in 2024, and he missed 1 in 2025 and 1 last year. So that's 6 games. I don't know where people get 6 games
He didn't
total. And
he didn't start that one game. He came in that one game. I think it was for Andy. It was like Chicago or some one of them games that we had played. It
yeah,
might have been Denver.
right, right, yeah, but
And
yeah,
what, and
that's all I'm saying. Go y'all
Yeah.
go ahead, Will.
what is Eternal 252 talking about? We got to spoon feed him plays. What is he talking about?
Hmm.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that just doesn't make sense.
I don't know. I think it
I
was a
don't
question around the coaching staff overloading them at one point.
know. He said 4 years and 4 years and we're still spoon feeding him plays.
Oh, okay, yeah, the ex eternal, yeah.
Yeah, well, I know. Well, I'm just saying that's what I'm getting at in the whole grand scheme of everything. But to everyone's point to this article, and I know Tony, you're gonna run through it. I want y'all to embrace that 30-yard deep ball of Mullins. First of all, it's a deep ball that nobody said Bryce can throw the deep ball. Number two, it was to Mullins. Just moment
You
savory.
had to get that in there. I feel you. I
Yes, I
know.
did.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
I'm rooting for him too,
So
Bill.
no, you ain't 336.
Yeah, yeah, I'm rooting for Excel. I don't like the
Oh, Excel.
unnecessary hate. Yeah, I don't like the
Yeah.
unnecessary hate.
And I got some stuff clipped. You know, when people was talking about Bryce Young, mama and daddy, I got
Mm,
that clipped
mm.
up. I got that clipped.
Mm.
Y'all remember how mad everybody was on draft night? I got it clipped
Mm-hmm.
when people was talking about Teteroy McMillan, and when we drafted Teteroy McMillan, and how they said that it was a wasted pick because Bryce was garbage. I got that clip. I got it clipped when y'all was talking about Teteroy McMillan and saying my man says mama don't want you to call him Tet, and y'all said y'all
Yeah.
call him whatever the F y'all want. He ain't did shit. You toxic
Mm.
asses. I got y'all all clipped. When that man won rookie of the year, y'all ran and hide and didn't say shit. Y'all toxic asses.
What you gonna do with all them
I'm sorry.
clips?
Oh, I'm gonna unload them motherfuckers when they get Bryce this contract. I'm unloading.
But you know the contract ain't the end all be all, right? You got to do
No, no,
something
no,
after
no,
that.
no, 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 no. It ain't the end all to be all, but it's proof point. All the shit y'all been saying, you've been wrong. It is a snip in time to help y'all understand where we stand. You said, I mean, dude, why would you talk about somebody's parents because you didn't get your way because you're a brat and you need to be you was the one kid that would always take your little basketball when nobody wanted to play with your little fat ass.
Damn.
People like that. I can't stand it.
Oh my God.
I
Oh.
can't stand I can't stand when people complain and just need to grow up. Have a very nuanced conversation about the player is great. And saying that you're skeptical about him, absolutely. But to talk about Teteroy McMillan's mother, get a life.
I didn't. Okay. Well, I missed that part. They were doing that.
Yeah.
I
When
really
when
missed
Ted
that
when
part.
Ted when Ted got drafted to the Carolina Panthers, when Ted McMillan got
Yeah.
drafted to the Carolina Panthers, he hadn't left the damn. He ain't get on a plane and flew to Charlotte yet. And they asked him, they said, some people call you Teteroy, blah blah blah. He said, well, uh, I would like you to call me either T Mac or Teteroy because my mother doesn't like people to call me Tet. For whatever reason, for all you know, Tet could mean something derogatory to her.
I
You
think
don't
it's their
know.
Vietnamese Day or something like that. That celebration.
Yes, for the Tet offensive, right?
Yeah.
So it could be anything, right? The mom, your mother, So he said, so in respect for his mother, he wanted to be called Teteroa or T Mac or McMillan. Why would you get up there on a live and for the Panther fan base and say, I'll call him what the fuck I want? Because you mad because they drafted him because you didn't want Bryce to get a damn X receiver.
Yeah. That's crazy
It
work.
is, bruh. I'm
That's
telling
crazy
you,
work.
I am going to, the disrespect, that's the reason why I'm so passionate about about all the players on our team. I'm rooting for Mullins. I'm rooting for all these players. I mean, I don't know. I just, that's the stuff that I don't like. And then we allow, not we, but some people allow their platform to have other fan base come in and besmirch our players. And they find it to be rewarding to them.
Yep. And I have seen that.
Yeah. So anyway, I say all that. I know that I deviated on it. I'm sorry, Tony. got a little bit emotional there.
Hey, I know how it is when you have to get off your chest a little bit, Will. You know, I have to
Yeah.
let you just go with it. What you gonna
All
say
right.
to the
I'm I'm
chicks?
I'm
Oh,
I'm back.
nothing. You good? Good.
Oh, but getting back to the article. Where we leave off at? Yeah, Young threw 130-yard deep ball to Xavier Legette in the back left corner of the end zone that couldn't have been placed any better if he had walked the 30 yards and handed it to Legette, who made a great catch with safety Nick Scott draped all over him. Said Young also scrambled away from pressure. That's where he's special, said Dave Canales, and found one target after another on the run. Said over and over the coverage wasn't bad, but Young was better. His receivers helped him out by catching everything. He ended practice with a strike to the fingertips of Terrell McMillan in the end zone. T-Mac hauled it in on the full stretch. The horn blew and practice was over with a play that was symbolic of the day. I remember that practice. I remember seeing the highlights from that practice. They whooped our ass today. J.C. Horn, speaking of the Carolina's offense success against the defense. Excuse me. And yes, that's exactly what happened. It's not what has happened in every practice, but it's happening more often as Young, the number one overall selection, plays with the sort of freedom that knowing the playbook backward and forward allows you to do. That Bryce is continuing to just take the next steps, Canales said Wednesday. What I see from Bryce right now is just ownership and mastery of the concepts. And now I just see the timing, the rhythm, and just the me to you factor with the guys and watching him throw anticipatory balls to T Mac, Jalen Coker, to David Moore, and who showed up again with another touchdown. All right, there goes Supermodel XL.
There it is.
Says important.
Mullins in the house.
It's important. It's important to inject the requisite skepticism here. Chris Brazel, the rookie the Panthers were counting on to be an occasional player and deep ball threat for Young, was carted off the field that same day. Maybe, yeah, I ain't gonna go through all that. It's also significant to note that Young, still only 14-30 as an NFL starter, can't get hit in these practices, which Carolina fans usually would be watching, but aren't for the second straight year due to construction. Lots of QBs do throw the ball well in those kinds of situations, including Carolina backups on Wednesday. Still, most of these QBs aren't regularly going against Horn and Mike Jackson, one of the best cornerback combos in the league every day. Said Horn, I kind of noticed Bryce is trusting his receivers more, putting the ball in the air and letting them come make plays. They whooped our ass today for the most of the practice, but it's good to see that too. Just because we know we're coming in with some firepower on offense, on the offensive side of the ball, and it's going to help us on Sundays. They're barring a cataclysmic injury. All of this translate into an eventual, huh? What's it, Will?
No, I was muted. I think that was a reverb.
Oh, okay. Yeah, barring a cataclysmic injury, all of this translating to an eventual Young contract extension. He's already locked into Charlotte through the 2027 season since the Panthers picked up his fifth-year option. But since quarterback is easily the most important position on the field, NFL teams routinely sign those guys to contract extensions well before their fifth-year option runs out. Based on current NFL standards, an eventual 4-year, $200 million contract extension will be in the ballpark for Bryce. BY9 is never going to have the same look at me personality as Cam Newton, but like Cam Newton was throughout the 2010s, he has become the face of Charlotte Pro Sports, and he's got the clutch gene. Young led game-winning drives in 6 of Carolina 8 wins last season. I just was told he had nothing to do with Carolina winning those games. But I digress. Some of this hinges on the Panthers getting better this season, of course. Odd makers think they will be slightly worse. Yeah.
And I've seen that a lot.
Say what
As far as the odds makers, they're not betting on us at all. At all. Yeah.
Yep, they got us at 7.5 wins is what the odds makers got us in the
Yeah.
aggregate, 7.5 wins.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know,
They
man.
had us at 5, but they had us at 5.5 last year.
He's not I mean, he didn't go too far with the article, I guess,
Right.
He didn't
That's
try to
like I
run
said,
off with it.
that's what I'm saying. He didn't glaze them, but when Scott Fowler says stuff like that, you got to take notice because he doesn't, you know what I mean? He's a very even keel analysis guy.
Yeah, that's what I get from him. Like I said, I've never looked at Scott Fowler as somebody that's trying to drum up something crazy just to get a story or, put something negative out there about a player. I just think he just calls it how he sees it.
Yeah, I agree. Fellas, I'm gonna get back to work, man. It's been great talking to y'all though.
No, that's all good. I'm about to get out of here. I ain't nowhere in the world that I have planned that I would be live for 5 hours. That's crazy work to me.
It was a great show though, Tony, for real. It was a
When
great
you talk
conversation today.
about the most decisive man in Panther Nation, this is what you get, and I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that was on the panel today. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Will hanging out with me for longer than usual. I greatly appreciate that. I know he about to go have a good time this weekend. Happy birthday to you again, my guy. Salute to you.
Yes, sir.
336, thank you for pulling up. This is your first time on the panel. I appreciate it. Hope you see you more often.
No
Quantum, HH Entertainment. Sorry about Freddie. I wasn't able to get him on. Broski, Ray Shock, everybody that was on earlier. If I forgot you, I apologize. But yeah, today was a great show, and I greatly appreciate it. So hopefully I can wake up to 4:00 in the morning. I'll probably go live again and stream the game. So if don't hold me to that. You know what I'm saying? You talking about getting up 4:00 in the morning. Don't hold me to that. But yeah, definitely been a great conversation today. I greatly appreciate you guys, man. So in closing, Scott Fowler column started with a big number, but Carolina decision cannot start with the number. It has to start with the proof. A great practice can show growth. A breakout season can change the conversation. But franchise quarterback money should require a repeatable level of play that justifies both the market price and the percentage of the roster cap resources committed to Young. Fans do not have to love Bryce, and they do not have to hate him. Judge the evidence, define the standard, and then decide whether Carolina should pay him or make him prove it twice. That is debate. So again, appreciate it. Thank you everybody for tuning in. If you like the show, make sure you share it with a family member or a friend. Hit the like button on your way out. Make sure that you are subscribed to Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. All right, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. I am always on time with it. All right. So that I will say thank you. Y'all have a good evening. Until next time, keep pounding.